a couple of seconds of a copyrighted song and an ad on YouTube in the background of a stream, and then I lose all my revenue for that day. Like that. Sorry, I prefer Twitch's way of doing it, where you just kind of have to be careful, and it's kind of just on you to not fuck up. Besides, we're not supposed to be streaming other people's content regardless. So anyway, let's dive in. Loading crimes. Honestly, that's my favorite part of that loading screen. It's like loading crimes. Which is just this menu, but like still. There's just something about that that's just funny to me. I need 18 chains. Oh boy. Oh boy. But Diamond, what do you think of the new Gremlin emote that we have coming? For those of you actually who missed it, quite some time ago now, we unlocked some new emotes. These obviously are not finished yet. These are work in progress emotes, but we have some new emotes that are coming along before I actually read all of the dwarves that are alive and whatnot. But we have a ghost emote, which is coming, which I'm a big fan of, considering Twitch killed their ghosts. We have a vomit emote that's coming. We have a gremlin emote that's coming. And this little guy. This little goblin who's doing his best. So it should be fun. We're getting a good little group of morons, and it should be fun. Talented person? Yep, Cooler does a good job on it. Okay, it's a goblin. Yes, that is definitely a goblin. Definitely a goblin. That's a weird looking gremlin because it's not a gremlin, it's a goblin. I mean, the toothy grin is the gremlin, right? Like, das is gremlin. The other one's a goblin. Clearly. I mean, come on. This is definitely a politician. The other one's just a goblin. But anyway, the living dwarves in this massive goddamn fort are Snail, Goldpoke, Lemond, White Dog, Hazaza, Phoenix, Razlime, scrolling down. Who else is here? Soul Shinery's here, still alive. Pablo's still alive. Raph is still alive. Alden's still alive. Goats is still alive. Farana's still alive. Olosan, Deadliest. Net Jam, Sanic, Animal, Bastet, Audio, Aquafunkalistic, Booty Wap, Potato King, Wendigo, Space Pirate, Trevor in VR. Everybody likes the Glassmakers. Impalification, Tapioca. Curses up there. Kodiak, Rolf, Rory. Nortrum, Footloose, who lost a foot, unfortunately. Accident, Spice, Ash and Dust, and Render. You still alive, yes. You not dead yet. Definitely not dead yet. Farana, you felt pleasure near a fine table. And felt pleasure near a fine seat. And felt pleasure near a splendid gem window. And you were satisfied at work, but lonely after being away from family for too long. You felt lonely after being away from friends for too long. And you were worried after being unable to acquire something for too long. So, with all that being said, the goal of this fortress is, well, to finish building this, which hopefully we can do today. So I think plan number one is just let them make a whole bunch of glass. And then once they're done making a whole bunch of stuff out of glass, we can go back to working on this. So I think we need to redo military a little bit. And we need to melt down some more items and make sure that we have melting jobs going, which we do, looks like. So I need to fully repopulate the military and get that going, because I need dwarves who want to stab things with swords, preferably, or other sharp objects for that matter. And yeah, so that's the quick plan of what we're doing with this fort today. Is just looking for dwarves that would do okay in the military. Like, would you do okay in the military? You dream of mastering a skill, find something humorous in everything, and you're somewhat quarrelsome. You can handle stress. All right, Air, welcome to the military. I'm sure you'll do just fine. You know, stuff like that. If anybody would like a dwarf, do let me know. Don't mind the dead Kios on the ground. They're part of the natural decor at this point. As for the full fortress, it is kind of big. Kind of big. It goes all the way up to the top of this volcano. And we have this very large kind of lava pool up top. As we go down a little bit, it goes kind of down to these weird little circular rooms. Followed by this, followed by this. So, chat, since I have confirmation that Kit Fox will be streaming Dwarf Fortress tomorrow, I'm thinking about my schedule, right? What if I try and get up at like 6 in the morning tomorrow? Yeah. What if I wake up early? I do my packing for a trip tonight. I wake up early, like 6 a.m., and we can view the glorious library right there. I wake up early and then stream like, I don't know, 3 hours of Long Death tomorrow morning, and then we raid Kit Fox. What do you guys think? Does that work for you guys? I think we could do that. You'll take any dwarf that any will do. Literally any? Okay, so if you land on like a baby, you won't be upset. I look away. Hey, Rolf, what's up? I can't see the game. I don't know what I'm selecting. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go. Oh, wait, I see. I'm in the wrong menu. Okay, let's try this again. I'm still not in the game. I don't know what I'm selecting. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're a Mason. So, Dill. Hanning. I hit the wrong button. There you go. He was interested after watching a performance and interested remembering learning about masonry. He is 9 years old, born on the 21st of Galena in the year 189. You're a faithful worshiper of Datan. Datan, of course, being deity of the rim of Savants, most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with mountains. Speaking of things that are not associated with mountains, how are you doing, Pink Fluffy Llama? It's good to see you. His hair is straight and his short sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids and his very long beard is neatly combed. His medium-length hair is neatly combed and he has a round chin. And his extremely tall, flattened ears are extremely narrow. His tall head is narrow and his gold eyes are slightly protruding. His eyebrows are somewhat high and his hair is pale chestnut and his skin is cinnamon. A bit tired but good? Well, that's good. It's good that you're a bit tired but good. Likes precious fire opal. Wow, you got fancy tastes. Cherry wood and brown recluse spider silk. Gigantic squid parchment. Not just giant squid parchment, gigantic squid parchment. Short swords, labs, and turkeys for their berries. And turkeys for their snood. What? Do I need to Google turkey snood? And sole for their flat bodies. You like soulfish. And foxtail mullet plants for their grain and the sound of the berries of drumming and the sight of the queen of dances, and when possible prefers to consume cave lobster and single grain wheat beer. And you can't stand leeches. You missed your train stop today and looked at how long it would take to walk back. 25 minutes, and Google Maps said that it would be a fun walk. 25 minutes, it was not. How long did it take you to walk back? Because for me, usually I look at how long Google claims it takes me to walk a place and then subtract like 30%, and that's usually about how long it takes me to walk to the place. He is rarely jealous and finds humor in most situations. He is generally quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He is not often lustful and brave in the face of imminent danger. I think I'm going to put you in the military, Johanning. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He's greedy, he has a greedy streak, and he does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. And he often touches others during conversations and when he's nervous, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. So I guess he like taps people on the shoulder and stuff. Snood is part of their face? Well, interesting. I've never heard that term before. We're adding you to the military. Was proud remembering the establishment of a masonry guild hall. Of course, that's something that would... He was brave in the face of imminent danger. All right, Dwarf. Go join the military. Grown 2 squads. It's like the little globbity thing on top of their beak, isn't it? The red puffy dingly bit on the male turkey's faces. Gotcha. I had no idea it was called a snood. I think that makes it better. Hope he doesn't touch without permission. I mean, it's a dwarf, so it's hard to say. I don't know how things work for dwarves. I'm not even going to pretend to know. So how's the change of scenery been, cutest? Throw some wood logs down on these corners. Yeah, I think that's my plan for tomorrow, is actually do a stream tomorrow morning and just start early and do a little chunk of Long Death and then raid Kit Fox. And then I'll lurk in that stream for 40 minutes to an hour and then I'll be running off here. Because tomorrow there will be a stream of Premium Dwarf Fort over on Kit Fox's channel. That's exciting. That is, in fact, exciting. So yeah, I think that's the plan for me tomorrow, is do an early stream briefly. Do a really short record session, and then do that. And I will have a decent amount of time before I need to head out. Because I need to leave here at like 12:30. To get to the airport tomorrow. So if I need to leave here at like 12:30, I could stream until about 11 tomorrow morning, raid Kit Fox, and then basically just eat lunch and then leave halfway through their stream. So if that works for you guys, I think we're doing a short Long Death session tomorrow morning. Should be fun. Turkeys are weird. Turkeys are very strange. Like, one of my favorite, like, things that I learned about turkeys was when I was younger. There was a family that was, like, friends of my family that had turkeys. And they always claimed that if you had turkeys and they could see through or over the fence, they would just keep walking in circles, thinking the fence would end eventually and they could they could walk around it. If it was, like, not at a height where they could step over it. Yeah, do what you got to do, cutest. And, like, see through. So if they could see to the other side of it, they would just keep walking in circles. But if they can't see over it, like if it's a wall, like if it's a brick wall, they just fly over it. But they're just lazy and don't like to fly, so they'd rather just keep walking in circles. They're very strange creatures. How is short death progressing? I'll have you know, I've never done a short death. That's a brand owned by friend of the show Picture Point, who did Short Death Infinity, which was a haunted fort that lasted less than a year in game. So Long Death, very different than Short Death. And this is not Short Death. We're building a we're building a glass pyramid. You've been playing RimWorld to hold you over until Premium comes out, even though it's not the same at all? You could try Odd Realm if you want to play something different. At some point, actually, I talked to him about this when I met up with him early in the year. I want to get Odd Realm developer into a call with Tarn at some point, because I think that he'd be fun to have around. I'd like him to ask Tarn programming questions. I think that would be a fun conversation to be a fly on the wall of. You were considering the phrase short long death session? It's a short long death session. Come on, you know what I mean, though. You know exactly what I mean, and it does make sense. It does, in fact, make sense. No. That's the short and long version of that answer. No. Random BR. Although there was once I think it was the first ever time I had Tarn on the stream. Someone in chat, who was Useroon, asked him if he were to start Dwarf Fortress over in a different programming language, what would it be and why would it be Python? It was pretty funny. Ooh, a vile force of darkness has arrived. Would you look at that? A force very vile and dark. You know what else is weird about them snoods is they can be... Nature, huh? Anyway, why would the dwarf like snoods then? Not going to worry about that too much. A vile force of darkness has arrived. It's a whole bunch of goblins. The whole Python thing was a joke. Like, the question was intended as a joke. And the Python part of the question was also a joke. It was literally intended as, like, humor, because why would you rewrite Dwarf Fortress? What? And also, Python is a terrible language to rewrite Dwarf Fortress in as well. So it was literally intended as a joke. All right, so let's just give them, like, 10 seconds. Maybe a little long. Let's give them, like, 30 seconds. We'll see how many goblins spawn. Where'd these guys come from? You don't have any... Okay, you have engravings on your hat. Ooh, it's a finely designed image of a sunberry. The image is the symbol of the rhyming tick, a goblin civilization. It's made with gremlin bone. I've just activated 2/3 of my chat. Casual Elephant, how's things? Casual Elephant, very important to tomorrow at 11 in the morning, which is approximately 30 minutes from now, my time. There will be a live stream of Dwarf Fortress Premium on Kit Fox's Twitch channel, I'm told. Not the bones of a gremlin, it's the bones of our future mayor. 2 p.m. Eastern doesn't work for you? Well, can't help you there. I'm sure there will be a VOD somewhere. Actually, I don't know if Alexander's still lurking, but will their VODs be saved on YouTube or somewhere? I mean, probably on Twitch, I would guess. There's a link where it will be streamed. All right, now that they're all walking this way, let's lock these dwarves inside. Let's go over here. I also need to get this lever pulled, not the do not pull lever, just the lava towers lever. Yeah, I would be shocked if For a second there, I thought I was about to catapult a dwarf into space. We might still be about to catapult dwarves into space. All right, well, I'm going to lock this door. And instead of catapulting dwarfs into space, I'm going to cancel that lever pull. Just until these 2 dwarves get across. Because I really don't want to catapult them into space. That would be bad. I mean, it would be kind of amusing, but they would probably die on the way down. Because I would like Yushrir and Zephon here to survive. So now that they're past the danger zone, I can then pull this lever. Nortram is our manager and asleep on the job. Okay. Quality timing there, Nortram. Somebody else want to come over here and pull this lever? That'd be cool. Could literally be anybody. Need you to pull the lever, not fall asleep in the bed. What's up, little bit done? Best manager? I mean, I needed him to pull a lever, but instead of pulling a lever, he took a nap. So someone had to. Are you coming to pull a lever? Unib's coming to pull a lever. Shoutouts to Unib. Unib has some long-term injuries, actually. Some motor nerve damage and sensory nerve damage, and ability to grasp is somewhat impaired. His left ear cartilage is destroyed still. You know, had some pretty major injuries. His left ear is mangled beyond recognition. And his upper body bears many marks of old wounds. So very, you know, this dwarf's been through hard times. But, you know, I honestly am a firm believer that regardless of your disabilities due to previous things that you've been through in life, you shouldn't be restricted from important jobs like pulling levers. So we're going to let this dwarf pull levers. I should also see how big this siege is. Pretty big. Okay, good to know. Good to know. They brought beak dogs and, like, a lot of goblins. You want pulling the levers to save the fortress from the enemy? I mean, it's fine. That's what your face is for. Or, like, just kick it. Like, it's not like dwarven levers are, like, too difficult to pull the lever of. Just kick it. All right, the towers have been activated. And boom. So they are all seemingly walking down and around the edge down here. So we're gonna follow them. See how this goes. It depends on how bad the nerve damage is. As somebody with nerve damage in real life, it depends on how bad the nerve damage is. Some nerves heal, some nerves heal incorrectly, at which point you're just kind of SOL. Some nerves will heal and not hurt anymore. Some will heal and hurt and then you won't feel anything. You'll just go numb. So it depends on the nerve damage. The truly disturbing thing is dwarves can get beard wounds. They can get wounds on their beards, and then their beard wounds can get infected. And then they can die from infections on their beards. That's the truly most distressing thing. They can also get scars on their beards at times. It's a dark day indeed when a dwarf gets a beard decapitated. A scarred beard, yes. The horror? Yeah, no, it's like the worst injury a dwarf can acquire is like a mustache getting decapitated. Limbs? Ah, they'll be fine. Mustache? Oh no. The humanity. Does that imply that beards are not dead? You know, I'll be honest, I choose not to think about it. But I'm not sure what it implies. Hair down? Okay, hold up. Find these goblins. Nobody fucked with my hair yesterday, so. Just for full reference. There we go. It also, I guess, theoretically means that female dwarves are somewhat superior to male dwarves because they're less likely to die from beard injuries because they have none. So I read a very extensive series of studies that was put on by some university somewhere in the world relatively recently about whether or not like male beards actually provide a benefit when in a fist fight. Whether or not like they actually take impact damage. And the basic conclusion was they do in fact take some impact damage, but it's so minimal that it's completely irrelevant. Sax, what's up? It's good to see you. Hello. How does dwarven baby carrying work? Baby mounts mom on shoulders. So baby technically riding on back. Baby not used as weapon. They don't hold them in their hands anymore. They used to hold them in their hands. So they'd get used as a weapon, and that doesn't really happen anymore. What if mom dies? Baby fall off. Baby crawl away. Baby then walk around at random in random directions with zero care. And other dwarves will dump buckets of water on them if they get thirsty and throw food in their general direction if they get hungry. And they generally stay alive. Hopefully at some point we'll get proper adoption. Man, hold up. Green door. Get these suckers. Oh, come on. Okay, well, we'll definitely get this one, right? Come on, you. It's been pulled. And... whee! Oh, come on. Ah! My gun. How about you? Whee! Splat. Oh, shit. None of them landed on top. Okay, we good. Well, anyway, got 2 of them, I think. 3 of them, in fact. Not 2, 3. That's pretty good. We'll just give them a moment. Let those trolls go back to their masters. Get them pathing back in the other direction. And then put the green doors back down. There's something about that that's never going to get old for me. It's just like launching things into the air. Last floor hatch was destroyed by a troll. You guys aren't going into the caverns, are you? There's like nowhere for you to go down there. There's literally nothing to do down there. All right, this troll's heading back. Watch them all just go straight down into the caverns. Like, that's just going to be what they do. I'm going to station my military right there. If there was a system of baby carrying inheritance? See, here's the thing. I don't know, because, like, that's, like, the way kids work in Dwarf Fortress is a system that's, like, I allegedly been touched quite a bit for premium. So I don't know what the actual outcome of that is going to look like in game. Currently, they just kind of like leave the baby and the baby just kind of is fine generally. But like I know that there's a work in progress system for proper adoption, which is important for like gay dwarves and whatnot as well. So I don't know is my actual like answer. I don't know, because that's probably the way that mechanic works is probably going to change in not too long a period of time from now. I mean, there's nothing down in the caverns. That cavern layer is pretty empty, actually. I did see a cave dragon in there once, but it's been a while. If I can launch another one. And not this one. This one I'll just walk by. But this one. Oh, we got this one. This one we got. We got this one. Got him. Get. Oh. Never mind. Didn't get him. Walked past. It was too slow. What are you doing there? This needs to be locked. All right, here come the dwarves. Let's see how many of them trip into the lava. Are you trying to deconstruct that door, troll? All right, let's see. This dwarf chases you. You haven't dodged into the lava yet, which is a good sign. Okay, sweet. And then you're... Oh, sweet. Okay, cool. They seem to have gotten both of them. All right, let's just allow the military to go back to here. Although I may have to tell them to manually retreat. Nope, they are retreating. That's good. No dwarves fell into the lava. That's even better. Perfect. Cool. Got an idea while drifting off about new locations, schools. They're working on orphanages, but we already kind of have schools. We don't need a new location for it. We have guilds, which if you make them public, kids will hang out in and they learn the skills of that guild. Dwarves that have good skills in, say, masonry, if you have a mason's guild, if the guild is public, will go hang out in the mason's guild and they will learn masonry skills. Children don't generally go into guilds, but if they happen to be in the guild at the time of teaching lessons, they will gain that knowledge. So something that I've seen people do is burrowing kids in those areas so they can't leave and giving them beds and food and stuff. But the other thing that you can do if you don't want to just literally lock the children in the school is you could give them toys. Just put toys in the school and then they'll go into the school and they'll play. And then when they're playing, then they, like if you just put like a toy stockpile essentially, they will go play with the toys and then, you know, school jail. It's not jail. It's school. Also, something that is confirmed, though, is we're getting chores, which is not child labor. It's chores. And chores is tasks that dwarves will be allowed to do once they hit the age of 1 and beyond. So currently, by default, like, kids just kind of chill until they turn 13, and then they are adults, quite literally. But chores is going to allow dwarves to... This guy's just like, I'm going to jump over this edge and then chase these dwarves, and then just, like, panicked and ran away. Sounds about right. But chores is going to let them clean, haul, and do other basic tasks. I don't know the full list, though. But the fact that kids will be able to clean and haul, like, infants won't. So those that are, like, less than a year old, it's boarding school. It's only boarding school if it's boring, okay? But like, so theoretically, I guess you could build dwarven boarding schools. But the fact that they'll be able to haul and clean is kind of massive. God, I do not like this setup. These trolls are sketchy as fuck. At least they panic and then they walk away from the doorway. I just don't want them to be standing right near to the edge, because then my dwarves run the risk of dodging into the lava pit. Which is not optimal, as hilarious as it might sound. Like, you really don't want your dwarves dodging into lava. Okay, let's just... and here we go. Now they're going to dodge into lava pit. Mark my words. Mark my words. I don't know who Mark is, but he may have words. All right, let's just take out these last few trolls, and then I'm going to retreat all of the dwarves, and then we're going to start the burning. Oh, one of my dwarves got shot. Go figure. Run away, dwarves. Dodge efficiently. Hey, no, don't. You got this, guys. Dodge all of the arrows. There you go. Oh, no. Okay, well, that's one. Who even was that? Bye, Ezim. Nice knowing you, buddy. Who's next? Come on. All right, well, that went pretty flawless, I think. Let's just wait for these. So who here hasn't seen this trap before, by the way? A recent adventure mode run abruptly ended to an arrow in the head. My last adventure mode run ended when I walked through a river and froze to death. That's not true, but that's my favorite way it ended. Actually, no, my last adventure mode run ended when my moth got panicked by a giant water buffalo, giant animal on the surface. My moth that I was riding, giant moth, got panicked and then drowned me in a waterfall. That's how my last adventure mode run ended. It was quite abrupt. I can confirm. It was, in fact, quite abrupt. Meanwhile, back at home, kid was given, a mum, dwarven mummy gave birth to a kid. So if you haven't seen it in action, well, let's just give them maybe another 5 to 10 seconds. Let's go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See if this works. There's a troll coming into the fort, though. I'm gonna have to tell my dwarves to go kill it. Right, well, this is how the flow works. This is the trap. So basically, lava come from up here, bubble over edges, down onto anybody on the walkways. Then I can pull this lever over here again. And that'll be more than enough for the initial flow. I walk over and pull the lever again. Yeah, I mean, Dwarf Fortress doesn't care about the player, like, at all. And let's also pull the green door so that these guys over here can just go flying. I mean, look at this goblin here, right? See this goblin? All right, watch this goblin. What goblin? And then, like, if we go up, is there any still airborne? Oh, there's one. See this lovely laddie? This gobby here? This Osta? This wee splat. Yeah, there he goes. All the little red bits are probably goblins burning. How many are we down to? 123? It's honestly, this isn't the most effective, like, trap I've built, but it's one of the most entertaining. All right, you pull that lever, bring the green bridges back down. Caught in a pool of lava. Good stuff. And there goes the siege. Bye! Chat, can I get a round of beers for a successful lava tower assault? I do say. And let's not turn the floodgates back on just yet. We'll just let it sit. Hey, Icomic, what's up? Good to see ya. Also, Detronchi, hello. Thing. All right, I can let these two very thirsty dwarves out of there. Go get your drinks. And I can pull the gold door lever, which brings down the bridges in the middle, and we can walk right out. I'm actually kind of astonished at how well this trap works. Like, genuinely, I'm kind of astonished about it. Like, I did not expect this trap to work anywhere near this well. But yet, here we are. So, chat, since Kitfox has announced that they will be streaming Dwarf Fortress on their channel tomorrow at 11 a.m., and I'm going to try and raid them, is there anything that you guys are hoping to see specifically? So I want to see what preparing carefully looks like. But if they prepare carefully, then it would just take, like, you know, a whole day of probably preparing carefully. Drawbridges are back, Dune. I'm also curious about what, like, the animation for building bridges looks like, because I don't think we've seen any of that. Tommy Wiseau is a Masto account. He's a bad Twitter follow, because, like, 80% of his tweets are just like, buy my shit, which... I get it, but if his Masto account is anything like his Twitter account, yeah, I wouldn't follow I like Tommy. Tommy's cool dude, but no, I don't want to buy a mug with your face on it. Sorry. That's not why I'm a fan of Tommy Wiseau. And not even like a well-made mug. It's like just like fucking spreadshirt shit, you know? It's just like, yeah, no. Sorry, Tommy. You hope things go horribly wrong on stream. I respect it. IKEA has stolen a serrated green glass disc. I hope it cuts its feet. Quill18 made a Mastodon account. Gaming's getting serious. And my Masto server's been down since this morning. Hey, it's back up, actually. Now I look at it. Cool. You mean creatures steal their anvil on Embark? Because what's Masto? Masto's Mastodon. It's like Twitter, but not Twitter and elephants. Any questions? Actually, it's nothing like Twitter. Dwarf's been missing for a week, probably because he got stabbed to death somewhere. It's like decentralized Twitter, basically. And a lot of people, myself included, have been futzing around with it. Web shooting elephants? No, that's in my basement. That's this. Speaking of, it's done a lot of web shooting, meaning we should pull this lever and make that area walkable. Hopefully the lever gets pulled first. Because once this lever gets pulled, then we can go collect all of those lovely, lovely silks. This is actually like a really effective web shooting elephant. I'm quite happy with how well this has turned out. Ah, gosh, my wrist is hurting. Didn't do my stretches this morning. It was a mistake. So you're really going in with an open mind. You hope all is interesting as it should be. I mean, it'll be much Dwarf Fortress gameplay. That much is known. Uh-oh. We got somebody fighting with a mason. I don't see a dead dwarf, so I guess that's a good sign. Is that dwarf blood? That's wombat blood. That blood is acceptable. There still is goblins on the map, though. Just dropped a follow on Mastodon. Well, thank you. Yeah, if people want to follow me on Mastodon, you can find me there. But, you know. This is a big old mess. When I say big old mess, I'm referring to Twitter. Although there are some people that are genuinely convinced that Twitter will still be around and relevant, you know, in multiple years, and I wonder about that. I really, 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 really wonder about that. I really wonder about that. But, you know, I wonder about a lot of things. Right now, what I know is that still need to get all these boulders cleared out of here because there's so freaking many. Ugh, there's so many. And I also need to assign more dwarves to glass making, because clearly I don't have enough. That, or I need to make more glass furnaces, because there's like multiple that don't have active jobs on them. So let's give you glass making, and you glass making, wherever glass making went. Glass making. And let's also, you know, in case you didn't know here, Maffle, you can also make glass. And you already have glass making. You already have glass making. Glass making should be like the most common industry in this fortress. For posting art and such. Yeah, no, Mastodon seems neat. I don't see it as like a 100% Twitter replacement purely because it doesn't work the same way Twitter does. And I don't think it'll ever have the mainstream adoption Twitter does, just purely because of the obtuseness of the platform. But it's a neat platform. And to kind of take a line from Quill18's statement on it is, Mastodon seems interesting. I'm not quitting Twitter. And I'm probably not switching permanently to Mastodon, but I'm visiting. And I tend to agree with that right now. I'm visiting and just seeing where it goes. Because I'm all for elephants. Elephants are cool. And that's kind of how I feel on that right now. It's like, I don't really know what I'm doing with it. I'm just currently mirror posting everything, and maybe I'll figure out a unique use for it. Maybe it'll die, and I won't worry about it. Maybe Twitter will keel over, and I won't need to worry about it either. Although I am one of those people who genuinely believes that if Twitter stops existing, like if the whole site shuts down entirely, I don't think we'd be in a worse place. I think we'd be in a better place, actually. So, you know. Speaking of elephants, I am raising elephants in this fort. All right, I need another floor hatch up and over here. Something got destroyed at some point. I think we're going to start flattening the top of this off. Is something I think that we're going to do. Can knock out both of those. Can knock out that. This one over here, I can't. Is there any other games that are coming out in the next couple weeks that you're looking forward to, chat? There's a lot of games kind of coming soon. It's like definitely video game season. I've talked about this one pretty extensively, but I'm a little bit saddened by it. Is the Callisto Protocol. I was planning on streaming that, and now it's like, well, Dwarf Fortress is going to be out so close to there. I'm just not even going to bother. Maybe next year I'll play that. Maybe I'll play that next year for Halloween if it's good. But that's going to get put on a perma delay for a while. But, you know, for me, it's just I want to finish up this fortress. I want to get this big old pyramid built. And then inside of the pyramid down here, these towers, I want to make them into stilts, kind of. So, like, build on top of these towers. Maybe, like, build them outwards a little bit so that things can't land on top of them. And then build a construction on top of that. And that's going to be our new tavern. And maybe kitchen as well. Like, I'm going to move part of the fortress into this pyramid. I'm thinking tavern, guest rooms, maybe thing for royalty. Spring has arrived. I don't know when the dwarves... I think dwarves trade with us in fall. So I need to give them some stuff so we can get royalty. I want to become the mountain home. You don't care for most games. You wish for games to present present technical challenges like programming, but then you feel like you might as well just... I mean, I'm looking forward to one game. That's coming out soon, allegedly. I'm looking forward to this game, which is apparently coming out this year still. I think they were saying Christmas. It's a non-violent roguelike, where you have to make friends with all the monsters and save them from the evil rogue who's going to kill them. It's a game about hugging monsters, which I'm all for. Sounds like fun. So I'm looking forward to that. But I don't think that that's exactly like, you know, a big-timey release, you know? Yeah, exactly. Gimme hug. Save them from your evil cousin who's the rogue. And then every floor, like, the rogue gets another ability, and you have to, like, find the key and unlock the door and get out. And all of the monsters that are following you that are your friends have different, like, abilities that they can use. Oh, sweet. We're making, like, Masterpiece Forgotten Silk Mittens. Excellent. I should expect nothing less. You will wishlist that? I mean, I'll probably stream it whenever it releases. It actually came out of a game jam. It was, oh no, a Cavey so died of old age. Rest in peace to the old Cavey. We'll throw it in the lava. Give it a Viking's funeral. Thank you for the 50 cents. I think that a $5 total in the last 2 days. I appreciate the vacation budget. Means a lot, man. I have this weird habit of, like, infecting people with games that they're then suddenly looking forward to. Also, chat, could I get a couple beers? Because I are stupid threw 50 cents into chat. Also, I just got to say, if anybody is feeling generous, Stone, a.k.a. Seashore's Wall, our lovely mod, does require a hat next to their name. That or I'll just wait until I hit the sub goal, and then that's the first person I'm going to gift the sub to. And also, chat investments are open. Also, someone was asking about investments earlier. They don't matter and are completely irrelevant and are just a mini game I've had in my chat for, like, 7 years. Like, legit, they haven't changed since, like, 2015. That's how, like, up-to-date this Twitch stream is. By that, I mean it's not. I are stupid. Thank you very much for gifting 3 months of sub to Stone. There we go. I don't need to pester people for 3 months. Perfect. Corvius Suede, thank you very much for the 24th month. That's the 2 years. That's a big 2 years. Thank you much, dude. Thanks for the $1, Frog. Train's leaving the station.
Stupid.
The train is doing something, but I'm over here just making glass, keeping these dwarves fed. How many pots are we making total? I know I'm making a lot. Another 100? Okay. Not too many more. We're also making green glass armor stands so that I can place those in bedrooms. Because, you know, honestly, like, this fortress isn't gaudy enough already, so we gotta increase the gaudiness. Thanks for the $1, I are stupid. Cheers, man. And before someone comments on it, yes, I'm aware that armor stands do nothing, but dwarves still like owning them. You really like these bedroom designs? Just the randomness of them? The only part that's, like, actually planned about these bedrooms is that I wanted the outer walls to all be roughly the same shape. 70 cents. Cheers, Frog. Let's do this, this. It's orderly randomness, though. True. I guess that's kind of like what my fortresses thrive on. Is logical randomness. All right, I need to see what this dwarf up here is hoarding. What are those? Bronze picks? Chat, I think I found a dwarf who's hoarding all my picks. Spice? It's hoarding all my picks? Do you like picks, Spice? The stream version is in fact launching on December 6th, 2022. There's the Steam page if you, there's the Steam page if you need confirmation. And on top of that, I somehow managed to just accidentally launch Steam Big Picture mode. I need to close that. Exit Big Picture. How did I do that? Anyway, that's something nobody cares about. And there's also this, which is a 24/7 Gremlin for Mayor countdown timer. There's 26 days, 18 hours, 48 minutes, and 33 seconds left. I like how the brand new person tunes into Stream Pink, and the first thing that they see in chat is you saying, "Well, fuck you," at my bot. Welcome to the stream. All right, where's Spice at? I want to know how many items Spice owns. I don't know what Spice's job is. Weren't you in the military? Yeah, there you are. You're a spearmaster. You own 25 objects. You're a miner. If I remove your mining task, are you going to leave those picks alone? Because my pickaxes keep disappearing, and I'm starting to think that this dwarf might be the culprit. Because, like, they've got, like, 3 stacks of pickaxes in their bedroom, and each of them has at least 5 pickaxes in it. I have a question. Do you like Kerbal Space Program? Because I personally don't like Oxygen Not Included. I think it's kind of obnoxious, and I'm not a big fan of the way it looks, and I don't like the way it plays, and I don't like where the difficulty is in Oxygen Not Included. I like colony simulators that are focused on taking care of the individual characters, whereas in Oxygen Not Included, the dupes aren't really characters. They're a resource. In fact, they're a resource that needs to be spent on things at points. Just as an example, do you need charcoal? All right, well, you need bodies, kind of thing. And that's just not the way I enjoy interacting with colony sims. So it's not a game for me in the slightest. But I know lots of people who really, really, really like it. So it also depends on where you like your difficulty. Do you like your difficulty to come from mechanical complexity, or do you like your difficulty to come from, like, physics complexity? Because that game is physics complexity instead of just straight up like mechanics on top of mechanics. Thank you very much for the little train chat. Appreciate you guys. For inhuman incarnation. Inhuman. Are you saying that my bot isn't human? Are you suggesting that there isn't an army of tiny little men running my bot? I mean, they say the bot is running for a reason. That represents the hamster wheels. Little gremlins. Yeah, there's 247 little gremlins pulling levers back and forth. Naturally. Last time you checked, the hamsters aren't human? Point taken. Well, what if the... You know what? You win. Point taken. Hamsters are, in fact, not human. Can't even say that they're human-like. I played myself there. Yeah, I have a habit of doing that. Depends on if you throw off the Emperor's Groove or not, I guess. Diamond. No, yeah, yes, pretty much. I mean, come on, wrong. Honestly, serious question. I think that the Emperor's New Groove might actually be one of the most referenced movies, at least for me, when I'm playing Dwarf Fortress. Just purely because of, like, wrong lever, Kronk. Like, pull the lever, Kronk, wrong lever. It might actually be one of the most frequently used lines in Dwarf Fortress. Just in general, for me, when I'm playing Dwarf Fortress, And I think that a lot of members of this chat say that word a lot too, or that series of words. The whole pull the lever, Kronk. It's just such an iconic line. Speaking of iconic lines, what's also an iconic line is when Little Sun says hello. How are you? It's good to see you. Good day. It's a good movie, though. It's a shame they never made a sequel. Didn't they make 2 sequels to Emperor's New Groove? Because they made Kronk's New Groove. I think they also made, like, a proper sequel. Or was it just Kronk's New Groove? I'd need to go look it up. Was it just Kronk's New Groove? That would actually be better. Kronk is pretty iconic. Kronk is, like, the best part of that movie. That's, like, the first time I remember seeing my dad laugh at a movie with that movie. You have the sequel to Emperor's New Groove? Do you have kids? Because that's a legitimate excuse to have that movie. All right, we going for masonry shop? Hell yeah. So I've got a artifact in the works. It's a dwarf in a mason shop. Art statue? Why do you want a statue? I want a door. God, a door would make my life so much easier. Do you like statue artifacts, Walrus? Statues are cool because they look pretty, but you want a door. It's always what you want. You want the doors. You want them to make you a door. Because door means safety. And safety is good because you can only do the safety dance so much. And if you don't have to do the safety dance anymore, that's really good. I mean, yeah, it's right there in the name of the video game. It is, in fact, Dwarf Fortress. So, yeah, a door would be great. There's actually a reason for that, though. They seem quite happy. Yeah, the nice thing about door artifacts is artifacts are actually overpowered because artifacts are indestructible, right? So this means if you have an artifact statue, it can't be toppled, right? If you have a... yeah, this is what I'm getting to. If you have an artifact table, it can't be thrown. If you have any kind of artifact constructible item, it can't be moved or picked up. So if you have an artifact door, building destroyers can't destroy it, which means you could literally have like a doorway to hell, and demons wouldn't be able to get out. That and they're hard to steal. True. I mean, any furniture is hard to steal. Although if you place it on a pedestal with traps around it, with a dog next to it, the dog will notice it being stolen. So just put them on a pedestal near your livestock, and you're in a pretty good spot. The clowns will be stuck in the circus, helpless to use stealing their cotton candy spires. Well, I mean, the cotton candy spires are mostly on the surface anyway, so you can steal most of it without even opening hell. which I might actually go after today. I might start going for some candy today. I might start going for some adamantine. I'm assuming this dwarf is going to have everything that they need, with the exception of bones. I might need to slaughter some animals for this. It's been a while since I slaughtered animals. The only problem with, like, the hair down redemption on this channel is, like, it is kind of hard to see my hair in this background. Like, I do have a lot of it, but it just kind of fades off. And I kind of need to, like, do silly shit like this for it to be obvious that I have a fucking mane. All right, dwarf. Carrying that boulder. To anybody who's, like, maybe newer to this game, if you have a dwarf with a strange mood, if you select the shop when they're not in there, they don't do anything. But when they get to the shop, if I pause right while they're in the shop. Oh, okay. He's not doing it now. I guess because he has everything that he needs. Well, anyway, if they don't have everything that they need, they will just sit in the shop and they will mutter words and they will say what they need. So if you're like, wow, 4 boulders? That's a lot of boulders. So if you're like, man, what does this dwarf need? Because they're just sitting there. Literally just hit Q on them and it'll like tick through what they need. So it'll be like bones, cloth. Speaking of caverns, the Forgotten Beast, Toba Taban-Napo has come. A towering theropod composed of steam. It is crazed. I want to make a Gabe Newell joke. Chat, Dwarf Fortress is coming to Steam. Yo, what's up? Well, I mean, the Steam announcement it's right there, see? Sounds like Steam's coming to Dwarf Fortress. You know, when you put it that way. When you put it that way. What am I planning to do with this Steam Beast? I'm thinking probably just stab it to death. I mean, it just has a bloated body. I was kind of trying to figure out if I could catch it, and I don't think I have anything set up right now that could easily catch it. And there's also not much I could do with it, even if I did. Blow at it and it'll be gone. Yeah, that too. Just gently blow it away, and it'll just kind of roll. I mean, theropods are kind of scary. But yeah, it's composed of steam. I'm just gonna find my stairway. It's like, where is it? Which is like, where is it? That's where my brain's at. There's my stairway. And oh, hey, cool. I'm just going to send the military like right here. And we'll follow the thing. See where it ends up. Because, like, there really isn't much I can do with it. Yeah, well, yes and no. I was mostly posting a screenshot of the beast's description on social media. But I was also concocting a plan of let's stab it in the face. Everybody act cool. Oh, no, it's a steam beast. Quit boiling. Who left the stove on? Hey, Mr. Mac, what's up? I still maintain this is one of the coolest fucking cavern layers I've ever seen. all just pink and red. So goddamn cool. Everybody calm down and liquefy. That and Bloodthorn just look super cool because it's like, hey, it's red wood. Oh, and blink and you miss it. Who got it? Oh, I like that Mr. Mac's in chat. I was about to tell you that you're dead, Mr. Mac, but I couldn't remember how you died. Figured out how you died. This dwarf killed you. Anyway, also, can I just say Taba the Sprayed Clam? The Sprayed Clam was this dwarf's full name. What was the Forgotten Beast's full name? The Sprayed Clam. Uh-huh. Why? I don't know. You probably went berserk or something. What even happened in that combat log? Axelord kicks the Forgotten Beast in the left upper arm with its right foot, and the severed part sails off. The Axelord hacks the Forgotten Beast in the left lower arm, in the left lower leg with his bronze battle axe, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Yeah, you probably went berserk or tantrumed or something and just got offed. Anyways, that was an easy fight. What part was left over? A mandible, its lower body, and its lower arm. This is steam, chat. Its lower arm, steam. See? Taba's lower body, steam. It's just chilling. I'm waiting for it to, like, evaporate or something. All right, let's see how we're doing on, like, metals, actually, because I've got quite a few bars. How do you raise the wealth of your fort? Make stuff. Like, wait, hold on. When you say wealth, do you mean, like, this? These numbers? Because if you mean these numbers and, like, if you just don't see those numbers, it means you need to assign a bookkeeper. Because those numbers are hidden by default. So there's your current wealth, which is the top. Then there's your imported and your exported. So the imported is the amount of stuff that you've brought into the fort and value, and the exported is the amount of stuff you've sold or gifted. In order to get that, you have to hit N and go to this screen, and you have to go to a bookkeeper. Then you have to go to settings, and by default, it's on lowest precision. I would recommend setting it to all counts accurate, which takes the longest amount of time, but you actually get accurate numbers. And then you need to assign them to a chair, and then they go to the chair and they sit there and they do paperwork, and they count all the items in the fortress. They literally, like, do inventory for you, and it takes them a couple days. And then you get access to your, not only do you get access to the wealth and value, but you also get access to the stock screen, which gives you a full list of everything in your fort. Dawn of Minstrel, hello. I'm also going to be saying this throughout the stream, so might as well state it again. Yeah, also that bookkeeper doesn't need skills, but they doesn't need to have skills to get the job, but they will learn the skills that they need over time. So, something I'm going to be stating basically going forward is tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific, Kit Fox will be streaming some Dwarf Fort. If you want to watch some Dwarf Fort, Premium Edition, it'll be streamed on their channel at 11 a.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. Eastern. No table, no paper, no pen. They got big brain. They can also connect levers to drawbridges with no actual physical connections. So I think that should be the least of your how do they do that questions when it comes to dwarves. So I will be doing a short stream tomorrow morning. And then raiding Kit Fox. is the plan. We'll be doing a short stream in the morning and then raiding Kit Fox. And then I will hang around in their stream chat for a little bit. And then fuck you guys, I'm going to Vegas. When I get back, then I will stream again. It used to be one of the obligatory skills was to take at the start was the appraiser. Is that still the case? Don't even bother. Like literally to get the appraiser skills, they just need to train once. Like you're better off just taking more booze with you. A lot of like those skills need to be rebalanced before they're worth taking at the start. Like when I embark, I literally just embark with 7 peasants and I spend my points on gear. Unless I'm doing a specific scenario. The only skills that I would say are worth taking right off the bat, and this is only if you want to go straight into combat, and that is ambushing and then military skills. Like, I could see why you would embark with, like, a full suit of armor or somewhere where you're intending to make armor, and then putting combat skills and ambushing on all of your dwarves, and then making them each captain of their own squad, because ambushing is one of the most important skills for attacking enemy locations. So if you're building an entire fortress around attacking the enemy, you might want to give some of your starting dwarves ambushing. But aside from that, like, I just wouldn't even bother. Combat, combat, combat. What are you doing up here, kiddo? Medical skills? What are you... are you talking about a combat start, or are you talking about, like, a haunted biome start? Because, no, not really. But, like, having soap is more important than having a dwarf with good medical skills. Like, having good medical skills? Sure. Yeah, you're less likely to get scars, but scars don't really matter. Unless you worry about the visual appearance of your dwarves, which I don't. Legit, like... For me, there is no reason to put any skills onto dwarves at the start of a game. There never has been. Unless you're embarking on a particularly evil / haunted biome, at which point, don't give them medical, because you don't want them to get hurt in the first place. Give a couple dwarves mining so you can get underground faster. That's like the only skill that to me is like, yeah, that's relevant. Is if you know that you're going to be in a very violent, quick to be attacked biome, yeah, give a couple dwarves some skills, some points in mining so that you guys can get underground faster. And that's really the only time where I'm like, yeah, do that. So I'm thinking about building the tavern up here, not out of glass, maybe with glass windows and walls, but I'm thinking about building the tavern up here out of bloodroot. And I'm also kind of thinking about making the roof out of bloodroot. Or bloodthorn, not bloodroot. Just because we do have so many of them underground. I think that could be cool. And also, who wouldn't want a red tavern above lava in a green glass pyramid? That's just a good image. You must be sleeping now? Well, Stone. Sleep well. Actually, no, you know what I really want to see tomorrow on Kit Fox's stream? You know what I really, really, really want to see? I just want to see the options menu. I want to know, like, how big, like, because Tarn keeps talking about how he's been migrating the init settings from the init and dinit files. Oh, there's our strange mood dwarf. We can follow him. From this init and strange mood, or from the init and dinit files into a options menu in game. I want to know how big that options menu is, because those are not small files with a billion options in them. Literally just booze, so I don't need to worry about brewing alcohol as quickly. Cross-eyed pandas. Or cross-eyed and painless, not cross-eyed pandas. That's what I read it as initially. Maybe it's because there's a panda waving beneath you. Good night, Stone. Sleep well. But I also, like, I don't bring any wood items usually, unless it's a really haunted biome, at which case then I bring extra wood. Although I don't usually bring too much extra wood. I'm more likely to bring, like, if I want to cheese stuff, literally, I bring one of every type of cheese. Because each one comes with its own barrel, and you can make some really nice meals right away. But, also, hey, Year, you did in fact make it today. I hope D&D was good yesterday. Long time, man. I make you fiend some damn dwarfs? Just, dude. Just wait. 26 days, 18 hours, 23 minutes, and 57 seconds. 4, 3 seconds. Just soon, TM. 26 days, 18 hours, 23 minutes, and 45 seconds. You're so hyped, dude? Hell yeah, someone has to be. How goes your world of degeneracy, sir? Yeah, but don't do as I say, not as I do. Trying to think how to word this to like decriminalize myself. Can't wait for Dwarf Fortress 2. Same, yeah. Snapping Turtle Barbarian went away from an ancient blue dragon. Well, I mean, I've for years have just said that Dwarf Fortress is just like Dwarf Fortress is just D&D minus the annoying other people. Also, I think we're gonna start making catacombs down here. Real life's been really busy. Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't noticed your stream on as much late at night these days, so just want to ask how the degeneracy's been. All right, let's do that. These are going to look nicer than my bedrooms, probably. I think we'll put like 4 coffins per room. Be like, So do I? Yeah, I do in fact have coffins currently. Cool. Perfect segue. I don't know if people are. You got into a dwarf's conversation on the new jobs Slack. Oh, that's a good sign. There's still some beard enjoyers out there still. Oh, there's plenty of beard enjoyers. There's plenty of Dwarfort enjoyers out there. And many of them have never actually enjoyed Dwarfort, so it's going to be fun. I mean, like, I've basically, I literally said to Clinodev in a private chat the other day that if Dwarf Fortress doesn't sell 100,000 copies in the first day and like 300,000 in the first month, I'll eat a shoe. Which I'm like still kind of like, or no, I said a sock specifically. I was like, I'll eat a sock. Which, you know, if fucking Slime Rancher 2 can sell 300,000 copies in 48 hours, so can Dwarfort. Eat the sock on stream. I never said I would do that. Like, if some, like, little rando game that no people actually care about, you know, like Slime Rancher 2. I don't actually have anything against that game. The first one was fine. I mean, so can Dwarfort. Come on. Dwarf Fortress is a legendary video game from the annals of gaming history. And Slime Rancher is a game where you, like, stare at slimes and they poop. That's the game. Slime Rancher is pretty cute. Dwarfort can be pretty cute too. Like when like when mommy dwarf has baby and then baby gets thrown off a bridge and goes splat. That's pretty cute. I don't believe I've ever owned a Masterwork quality sock. I don't think I could afford a Masterwork quality sock. I've had superior socks before, but never a Masterwork sock. Even those socks that MeUndies sent me that one time when they were thinking about sponsoring me and then decided to not. Those are pretty nice socks, but those weren't Masterwork socks. It's literally Slime Rancher 2 is just Slime Rancher 1, but bigger. Like, the playable areas are larger. That's really all it is. It's just that, but more and a new story, because apparently that game had a story. You like Crypt Wide? We also have the official Gremlin for Mayor political campaign party here. So vote Gremlin for Mayor and pull lever every day. What other dumb shit do we have in this chat? Diamond, what else have you done here that I forgot about? All right, yeah, we also have Bongo Dwarf. Forgot about Bongo. That's the one I was forgetting about. I knew there was one that I was forgetting about. That time I got reincarnated into a slime ranch. Yeah, well. They didn't, so. But yeah, I mean, I've mentioned this a couple times today, and I'm going to keep mentioning it. So for those of you who don't know, KitFox is going to be streaming some Dwarf Fortress on their channel tomorrow, 11 a.m. Pacific. So 45 minutes ago tomorrow. So 23 hours from now, you theoretically could be watching some premium Dwarf Fortress content over there. Go give that channel a follow. And also, hey, White Dog, your dwarf's still alive. Not dead yet. Can confirm. Speaking of, strange mood. You got everything you needed? Wow, this dwarf is, like, going the distance. I'm assuming that that's a gem. Mayor's mandated construction of specific goods. 3 doors! I can make that happen. Door, rock, 3. Thanks, boss. But, yes, not dead yet. Not dead just yet, White Dog. You are currently here and eating. You are euphoric due to inebriation, and you felt fondness when speaking with an acquaintance, but you are frightened after reliving being haunted by the dead. Aside from that, you're fine. Just slight trauma from, you know, ghost going. A ghost showed up and was all, and you were like, and it was a bad time. Diamond just does things in this chat, and I just permit him to do them. Don't be fooled by the Gremlin for Mayor account, though. It's just, that's Diamond on his ult. That account can't be trusted. That I can confirm. That is an imposter and not actually Gremlin for Mayor. Mayor Gremlin is, too busy to run a Twitch account. Blind Berg is now canon? I mean, I don't have any cannons in this fort, so I cannot confirm whether or not anything is canon. All right, what all did you grab here, Dwarf? Rough pineapple opals, bloodthorn logs, Smanatsu's mangled
for purchasing some new records.
Does that mean I have to buy the Nuclear Throne soundtrack? Because I'll buy the if you want me to buy the Nuclear Throne soundtrack, I will buy the Nuclear Throne soundtrack. Thanks for the $50. Alpaca wool cloth, iron, gold, more pineapple opals, and what? 3 pieces of diorite? Nuclear Throne does slap, and the record is on sale, but shipping records to Canada is ludicrously expensive these days. But If that's the record you want me to purchase, I can grab that. Do I have a Discord? Do I have a dick cord? I cannot confirm nor deny whether or not I have a dick cord, because I don't know what a dick cord is, but I do have a Discord. Shipping anything to Canada. Dude, like, it costs more to ship a record to Canada than it does to do that. Yeah, I not only do I have a Discord, but that Discord is so fucking old. It actually was made during the Discord beta when there was only 10,000 Discord servers. So that is one of the first 10,000 Discord servers, and it's not run by anybody who gives a shit about actually making a Discord server look modern or useful. So it's just an amalgamation of a bunch of random ass channels that kind of exist and semi-function. But yeah, we ship post in there. It's pretty good. But looks like I'm going to buy this record. They keep claiming coupons are found, but there are no coupons. Shit, post on Discord. Got it. I have to make an account. God dang it. I thought I already had one. No. Apparently I do already have an account on this site. I thought I did. No. That's all I have to say. I just received a email from a certain company that's just like, you want to be sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends? And I go, no, it's just this natural response. All right. Am I technically signed in yet? Okay, there we go. No, don't email me with news and offers, thanks. And seems like Artifact is done. Cool. Well, it's Raid Shadow Legends and HelloFresh are the two that just constantly want you to sell their products. And so what I would say is don't give them money. Generally. One email a week from them? Yep, sometimes more than that. God, I could go all the way up to like $80 for shipping if I wanted to. All right, $28 for shipping. Woo. Complete order. Order's being processed and kablooey. Done. Thank you for the records budget. You're stupid. Appreciate you, man. And record has been shipped. Or will be shipped, I suppose. Where did you hear about us? Wow, actually, they've expanded this. Where did you hear about us? Reddit, Facebook, video game soundtracker forum group, Twitter, Discord. From a vinyl forum or group. Discord, I guess, technically. All right. Closing this. Twitch chat is not an option, unfortunately. They're not that ahead of things. I can close all these tabs now. Okay. Nuclear Throne soundtrack has been purchased. Adil the Stoneworker has created Nautilus Backlist, a diorite weapon rack, and claims it as a family heirloom. I need to move my military training spot anyway. So it's worth 81. It's called Scrap Surges. It's worth 81,600 Zafal, and it is a It is a diorite weapon rack. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular diorite cabochons and encircled with baguette-cut pineapple opals. This object menaces with spikes of diorite and bloodthorn. On the item is an image of a cashew tree in pineapple opal. On the item is an image of 2 cushion cabochons in iron. On the item is an image of a leopard man in beak dog bone. Nice rack. Yes, exactly. This is why everybody in chat needs to tell this dwarf. Nice rack. You made a nice rack. Speaking of nice racks, I'm going to put it in here because this is where I'm moving the military training to. All right, so we got to move, what? Training from over there to over here. It's like them and the fucking Udi. It's like if I had $1 for every single time the Udi was like, hey, do you want to advertise our shit for free? I would have like maybe $24 by this point. And every time I'm respectfully like, no, I don't take sponsorships. Also, no, I don't want to promote your shit for free. Try paying people. You might have more luck. Ooh. Speaking of shit for free chat, I got a thing I got to set up in the back end of the stream right now. This is very important. But it's going to actually let you guys publicly show the emotion of how I feel whenever Raid Shadow Legends tries to sponsor my stream. I know that that's a very roundabout way of saying that, but yeah, in a moment, you guys will be able to puke in my chat. Is the easier way of putting it. And also be able to ghost in my chat. We're getting we're getting an emote influx like right now. I'm literally getting DMs of like completed emotes. So I'm just going over to the emotes tab right now to upload some emotes. Is what's happening. Puke. Don't want to do the dumb auto-resizing bullshit, because that's for lazy people, and I'm not a lazy people. So chat, we're getting 4 new emotes right now. So I want you guys to say thank you to Cooler. I still need to figure out how to pay. I'll figure it out. But we now officially have Crypt Puke, which is now uploaded. Then I gotta grab Crypt Ghost and Crypt Gremlin and Crypt Gorblin, which is what I think we're gonna call it. Gorblin? It's not quite a goblin, it's more of a Gorblin. He's kind of got that look on his face. Although, chat, I guess the question is it Crypt Gremlin or Crypt Evil? Because Gremlin looks kind of evil. You'd go with Gremlin? Well, I just let the dwarves kind of do whatever in the background. This is a very off-topic stream all of a sudden. I apologize. I guess the problem is I'm about to have Crypt Ghost, and I already have Crypt Gun, so that would be like, what, a 3rd G-related emote? So maybe I should make the Ghost into Crypt Spook. Like, I do have Space and Sappy. Hob what now? Let's go with Crypt Spook. Maybe Crypt Hunt. Do I have a H emote? Okay, I do have Heart. Let's do Crypt Spook. We don't have too many G's. Okay, Crypt Spook is now an emote. Spitalier. Thank you very much for the tier 1 for the 37th month. A ludicrously long time. I can't autocorrect Spook yet. God dang it. I need to refresh, but I haven't done that yet. Okay, let's save Gremlin. Or I could call it Crypt Plot. Plot is good. It's like you're plotting something. And you know, gremlins are always plotting something. Let's go with plot. Drink water. It's too dank water. Too much wine, I think. All right, Crypt Plot is now up. Scheme? Plot it is. I already uploaded it. And then I've just got this goblin to upload. And Cooler says that the goblin looks this way because I didn't specify what it should look like. And he is true. He is correct. I did not, in fact, specify what it should look like. But it's kind of a derpy emote, so we're just going to call it Gorblin. Or maybe Droplin. Let's call it Crypt Derplin. All right, there you go, chat. New emotes are live. Drumplin? Man, that also is pretty good. 4 new emotes is up. New emotes, yes, all 4 of them. Although I need to refresh my stream so I see them. Derplin with a D. Hype?
Hello!
Hi, Animal. How are you? Don't you know that I'm allergic to hype here? Come on. Get them coffins in. Trying to build them catacombs. So we now have several new emotes that I can't actually search for yet. Apparently refreshing the chat didn't do it. Let's press again. Can't get the Derplin yet, but... What? Yeah, I only have the 2. The third one's not there yet. I mean, I haven't cut my hair since 2015, so I've been growing it out for ages. I think I had it in a bun most of TwitchCon 2019, actually. It's been a long time since I've acquired a haircut. Need to get used to these emotes? Why is that? You can puke on the guy below you. Which is maybe my favorite part of that puke emote. Next person in chat gets puked on. It's not to my feet by now? Yeah, my hair doesn't grow that fast. see. There we go. Getting those tombs filled. All right. And usually my hair is tied back, but they look a little bit odd. Yeah. New emotes usually look that way. The puke it burns. Oh no. Quick, we need a bucket emote with the dwarf holding a bucket and then like puke falling. That might be a bit much though. Oh no, Nat Jam. That can't end well. Looks like all of these have already been claimed. I don't know how many random bodies there are around the fort, but... Oy. The yellow sleeved arms? Hold on a second. Does FB catch look yellow to you, Animal? Also, investments are open. Your beard kind of looks like my hair. Really? Yeah. That dwarf does not like cheese. That's the one thing I know about that image. Oh, I understand. You think that his beard looks like hands doing this. I get it. Yes, I get it. I don't see it at all, so. I thought that you were talking about the two hands doing this. I was like, does purple really look yellow to you? I was very confused. Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. Why is your brain used to banning bots? I mean, to be fair, I actually banned Nightbot from my chat because I was too lazy to figure out how to get Nightbot out of my chat when I installed a different bot. So rather than like logging into the website and like making Nightbot leave, I literally just banned Nightbot. I'm pretty sure Nightbot is still banned in this chat. Not that I have anything actually against Nightbot. I just like found a bot that I could run locally and was like, okay, fuck this shit. I'm done with that. Okay, ban it. It's faster. Requires less thinking. Significantly less thinking, even. I just thwacked it in the head. You're an admin in a 128,000 person Facebook group. Oh god, I'm so sorry. Facebook already, I'm sorry, but 128,000 people in a Facebook group. I would rather moderate, like, /r what the fuck. That's brutal. Feel sorry for you for being a part of Facebook. Yeah. I mean, moderating my Discord's enough already. I, for one, accept that bots should have equal rights to humans, and that if I don't want them in my chat anymore, I should be allowed to ban them. Without question or warning, or reasonable excuse. Just like humans. My Discord has chill people. Chat, are you guys chill on my Discord? I think that we get pretty riled up when people screw up the number count. Even though it's not, like, relevant. So for those of you who don't know, there's a room in my Discord where you can count, where we're counting to 1 million. Although there is that one subroom that's definitely not chill. But anyway, we're trying to count to 1 million, one number at a time, and we've been at it for several years now. Originally, it was added just to keep the activity up on my Discord so that I would keep Discord partner longer, because I used to be a Discord partner, and it worked. It actually managed to keep me Discord partner for a couple extra years even until they finally removed it. because I'm not cool enough to keep it, apparently. And we still have the room, and people are still counting, and we get annoyed as heck when people screw up the count. To the point where, like, my cousin came in once and intentionally screwed it up and banned my cousin from the Discord. I was like, get the fuck out of here, you asshole. You big meanie. And then I unbanned him. I did let him back, but don't screw up the count intentionally. I swear to God. You've been scared to speak ever since. I screwed up the count once. They've never forgiven me. My wife left me. They took the kids. All because I pressed 2 instead of 3. Ire Stupid wants me to do the other bullshit thingy in my Discord, so hold on, I'm gonna go do that. Hobbity wobbity. When was the last day? Probably the 3rd. Wendigo embargo is undone with Volpusness amid explosive geese droppings. Cromrants, commoderate, condemnations, commonly. Oh shit, why is the military still stationed down here? You poor souls. I was wondering where you guys fucked off to. All right, you guys go get let's go back upstairs and drink and eat food. Sorry. Socialized snakes slither south serpentine. Coded message appeared in someone's soup. Connect information with algorithms. Drop bears into your purse. Choose goose meat. Roll frequently travel dice. House mouse lightweight. Horse meat. Dong don't consume party. That was a stretch. Success is mythical. Visit failure. I feel that one. Trying to do bad things. All goulda must grate cheese by shredding. Feet have globbed into. We're all caught up. I can now spare you from whatever that was. There's a room on my Discord called the Discord Word Stories where you add one word at a time. And then you can make me read it once every couple hours. It's called chat interaction. I'm good at this. There to be once where it rolls over into 1,000,001. I don't... If we can get past 776, which I think was our record, which was around the time Cyberpunk came out, by the way. 2076. I'll be happy. I just want us to get it past the record. Remember, no repeats, no edits. That's the rules. That's the rules. I mean, even I've screwed it up before, so I wouldn't feel too bad, H2O. Like, I've screwed the count up before. Once while I was streaming too, and chat was just like, "What the fuck?" Everybody was upset with me. It was a good time. Thinking about making this floor red, but all right. So I'm kind of planning on digging a walkway. This walkway. What's up, delete password? I don't know what OT means, but I know I could go from the bottom. We could go up and in. Why's this lava moving? Excuse me? I guess those pumping are like stirring the lava around. That's an interesting concept. Like causing fluctuations in movement in the lava. Huh. Yep. I mean, How do I word this? Not like I've really gone anywhere. Still streaming on the same channel. It has been years since I've done that, though. I think the last time I was really actively doing that was 2018. So, yes, it has in fact been years. But thank you very much for the brand new Tier 1 subscription. Enjoy the stupid skulls and the 4 new emotes I literally just uploaded. Such as Crypt Puke. It was about the last time you've watched Twitch. Oh, that makes... I was going to be like snarky and be like, well, you probably unfollowed me or something. But no, you hadn't. So I was like, I didn't know where to go with that. But, yeah, I mean, it's not like I've gone far. I've just been here, just streaming. So there is that. I know what I can do with that room that I dug out the other day that I forgot what I was going to do with. I can make a... an armor stockpile. I always forget the hotkey for it. Right down to there. That'll do. But yeah, welcome back to the crypt. Not much has changed aside from things are significantly more dwarfy around here. So how do you like the new emotes? They're stupid. I swear that Twitch's emotes have become lower resolution. It kind of bothers me. Like, I swear they used to be higher resolution. I think that we need to work on the gremlin one. Like, I think plot needs like an MK2 version. It seems to have too much detail. Unless you guys disagree, chat. I mean, in my opinion, they're so different, it's hard to compare the two. When it comes to RimWorld and DF, like, it's kind of like saying Civilization 6 is a lot more fun than Checkers. Much better strategy game. It's like, well, I don't know. There's fun to be had with Checkers. They're just different games. You know, it's like, why are you, hold on, why are you comparing Checkers and Civ? It's like, that's kind of how I feel about it. So, don't get him started. I mean, unless you want to. Fair enough. I mean, if you're just having more fun with one, then that's perfectly fair. I have basically like this, what's the word I'm looking for here? This obnoxiously over-practiced response to how I respond to people who try and compare Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld in any way, just because of how often I get those comparisons on YouTube. Because, like, except on YouTube, in YouTube comments, it's always, what should I buy, RimWorld or Dwarf Fortress? Or why would I buy Dwarf Fortress when I already own RimWorld? It's like, well, there's such different games that you can enjoy them both independently of one another. It's usually what I've finally settled on, but. Spent 8 hours of reviewing magical legal reports today. At work today. It was made all the better because you had to put my YouTube on. Magical legal reports. So are the wizards escaping from the eternal prisons again, and you need to like resummon the magic seal to stop them from bringing chaos and magic back to Earth? I want to know all about these magical legal reports. Oh, medical. Yeah, I misread that. I'm going to keep pretending I read that as magical. Much more entertaining. How many different builders do you own? Not calling DF a city builder because you like them? Like, how many different colony builders do you own? I don't know. Well, sure. I mean, if I were to, like, go down the list of colony builders that I own, oh boy. Maybe I should actually sort my Steam library at some point. But yeah, medical legal reports sounds painful. Been playing CD, it's whatever, bright whatever. I know what you're referring to, delete password, but I don't know what the BN stands for. I know that there's a bright something. Bright noon? Bright nights. I always want to say it's like bright morning. I always want to call it BM because that game's pretty BM. Recommend that, but I see you and hear people try and compare both games together too much. Well, I mean, like, yeah, I don't know. You keep fat fingering your keyboard. It's okay. I have this habit, especially if I'm typing on like mobile keyboards, where like I'll go to hit spacebar and I'll hit B instead of it. So like instead of having like I'll write a whole message out and then I'll look at my thing and it'll be like, oh, you just strung that all together into one long sentence because you kept writing B in between every other letter. You fucking idiot. It drives me nuts. Yep. That is absolutely happening tomorrow. It's also been reposted on my YouTube channel's community feed. And I'll be doing a morning stream, and then we'll be raiding her. Well, that'll be fun. Well, assuming I wake up early enough. I'll be streaming for like 4 hours in the morning, basically. I'm going to try and get up at like 6. Turn my stream on at 7. Yeah, that'll be about 4 hours. And then I'll hang out in that channel for like an hour, and then I'm going to fuck off and go to Vegas. Peace, nerds. That's what I'm doing tomorrow. I don't know about you guys. And the week after, I might show up on. Are oververted? Yeah, I agree. Animal. So we're moving all my armor, all of the armor that's been piling up over here so that it's easier and more convenient to melt down. You have a keyboard that's angled at 70 degrees-ish for both sides, so you can't really see your hands. It sounds like it requires practice. Also, I have a keyboard with absolutely no icons on it, so I can't see what the keys mean anyway. A-Gas, known for its parties and gambling. And brothels, naturally. Or prevents repetitive strain injury. I know exactly the type of keyboards that you're talking about. I find those things completely impossible to type on. So it's like my dad has one. And like the split keyboards that are like more of almost spherical kind of with like a rate that are kind of like at this angle. It took like a month, yeah, I believe it. It's like learning how to go from using a mouse to using a trackball. It's like, good luck. Where are they getting all this shit from? Serious question. What? Oh, they're getting it all from like up here. Oh, that makes so much sense. All right. And how many? Okay, I got 3 forges and 3 smelters, so I should be good. Hello, Costlord. How's things? G'day. Absolutely. H2O. Well, they announced it. They announced the live streams were going to be happening on the 1st when they announced the release date. I mean, that's a link to Kit Fox's account, not to the announcement, but I'm sure it's pinned. Okay, I just gotta say shoutouts to this comment from Shine Pale. I will be hosting a beginner-friendly streams of Dwarf Fortress Steam Edition Thursday for the month of November, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, starting tomorrow, November 10th. I will try to get fired so I can watch you. Yes, that's the right response. Oy. I like Reddit. Reddit's a good place. That's the spirit, exactly. It's like that's the kind of dedication to the game that I could get behind. Oy. Sure, the VOD will be available. Don't get fired, kids. Keep your job. It's important. And don't get too bored of watching Dwarf Fortress streams, because I'm sure I will be streaming lots of it too. No one ever touches your desk because they can't figure out how to use it. I mean, that seems like an optimal thing. You should just tell them that it's an external controller for playing 4D chess. Because I remember looking at like my dad's keyboard and just thinking to myself, it's like, man, that looks like the weird controller that like Spock uses when he's like playing like 5-dimensional chess in Star Trek. It's like, and then just like stuff happens. Make some more armor. Yeah, how else are you going to gift 25 copies of Dwarf Fortress to all of your friends and family if you don't keep your job? So thus everybody must maintain employment so that we can all afford Dwarf Fortress. Fortunately, Dwarf Fortress is way cheaper than, like, you know, a lot of hobby grade games. Which still might be one of my favorite dumb marketing quotes I've ever heard in this entire industry is hobby grade when referring to video game. All right, so it looks like we are done making the armor stands, and it looks like we're done making the glass pots that I was making. So I should be able to work on this some more. You steal from your job, therefore you don't need to work or work smarter. I mean, one of my big goals this year that I achieved is I no longer like stream 7 days a week, right? I no longer stream 6 days a week or even 5 days a week. I stream 3 days a week. I just stream the same number of hours that I used to stream over 5 days when I was doing 5 days, but I do it in 3 days. So instead of like streaming, you know, 5 8-hour days, or usually it would be closer to like 4 8-hour days and a 6-hour day. I now just stream 3 12 to 14 hours days, and it's significantly better. So yes, I do agree with work smarter. Allocate your time smarter, and you will be in a better place. Although when Premium comes out, I will be extending the schedule up to at least 6 days for a little bit, and then probably down to 5 for a bit, and then we'll, after about a month, I would say we'll probably move back to the regular schedule of 3. Because streamer got to take opportunity when opportunity presents itself. Twitch pushes you up the more you stream when... Wait, what? Twitch pushes you up the more you stream when you stream? When you do stream? I don't know what that means. Do you mean like they recommend the channel more if I stream less frequently and then stream long? I don't know what you mean. Oh, like if you're online longer? Well, I mean, The actual, I don't know if that's necessarily true, but what does happen is people tune in and then they leave the stream up and then they fall asleep. So you kind of slowly accumulate. Because, like, let's be honest, there's not 90 people, 80-something people watching the stream right now. How many of them do you think are actually watching the stream currently? I'd say it's maybe half. You watch while you're at work? Yeah, there's that too. Some people watch from work or listen or whatever. Lurkers? Oh, definitely. I mean, Soul Statics. There's multiple streams out there that I've watched for years and I've never said a word in. Maybe it could be you. You've fallen asleep several times to stream up. See? Proof. On yet another layer of this giant glass pyramid. Lurkers in StarCraft are cool too. StarCraft is one of those games that I will lurk in sometimes. Just find someone random that I don't know and listen. You like falling asleep listening to people play DF? I get that a lot on my VODs on YouTube. People saying it's like, this is my official ASMR from here on forward. And I'm like, I'm not even ASMR though. Like, not even remotely. But enjoy it, I suppose. It's a podcast to you. Yeah, it's just a 3 days a week podcast. You play so much Dwarf Fortress that you can follow. Like, yeah, that's fair. It is actually kind of funny though, because I do sometimes wonder like how many people watching me can actually understand what's going on screen, and that's something that's one of the reasons I'm so excited for Premium to release, because like when Premium, because like I'm of the opinion that Dwarf Fortress is a very easy game to watch. You just need to play it for an hour. Basically, you just need to just sit down and play the game for an hour, and then you can watch Dwarf Fortress. It's not that crazy to watch, but I'm very curious to see what it'll be. What's the lore behind the pyramid? I had a shit ton of glass, and my chat was like, "Hey, you should build a pyramid." So, but actually, inside of the pyramid is these 3 glass towers, which are full of lava, which dump lava onto these glass walkways underneath the towers. And turn any unlucky invaders into charcoal. As for the lore behind it, I don't really have any lore. It's just I was experimenting with seeing if I could make this particular design work. It's quite effective. It's not the most effective trap I've made, but it's fun. Yeah, it's like, because everybody uses their own tile set, and the vast majority of people like don't really know what Dwarf Fortress is outside of their own tile set, right? So it's like, if you're seeing a tile set that you're not used to seeing, it's like most people are just like, whoop, I'm out. Out of pumped lava and water just so that you could, oh, like you would, wait, so you would like 3D print structures out of obsidian and lava? Or out of water and lava? Because that shit takes so long. Like, that takes so long. So long. Like 10,000 years later, and I have a wall. Wow. Diamond, are you in chat? Go look at, well, actually, Diamond and Aqua specifically. I don't think Aqua's here right now. Look at post art on my Discord. If you loop in no BS, it looks great. Yeah, I mean, I'm not running the countdown stream. It's Diamond who is. Diamond and Aqua. But yeah, it looks good. It looks cool. For those of you who didn't see it, you're Henning here. Animated this. Look at this. The fire move. And so does the tentacle. So does the spider. Oh my god, that's actually kind of awesome. Wow. Oh yeah. And look at this. A royal treasurer has arrived. Where is he? I don't even see him. Ah, humans have arrived to trade. I agree. It'd be fancy indeed. Pinging the people. Relevant. Seemed like a fun idea. I mean, it looks awesome. You want to make another obsidian castle? Well, I mean, save files are not going to be transferable between Dwarf Fortress currently and Premium, but you only have to wait 26 days, 17 hours, 28 minutes, and 33 seconds. So if you can make an obsidian castle in 26 days, 17 hours, 28 minutes, and 25 seconds, then I've talked you out of it. Well, you were easy to convince. How many masons/craftsdwarfs buildings do you have, and how many do you need to construct a lot for projects similar scale? How many mason shops do I have? That's a good question. 16, apparently. And 15 glass furnaces. What's up, Captain? I'm just going to let these dwarves finish building this layer. But I'm not entirely sure. I'm not great at making things that are super optimized. Star Legend God. It's pretty fast, actually. Just fill a level with lava and pump water on it. Rinse and repeat. Only takes a few minutes per layer once you got the pump set up. I can envision how you would do that. And then I guess you'd carve it out, right? So I guess you would do it in like a dug trench or something. Like you dig a trench and then pump the pumps up to the top. I don't know. To me, that sounds like a lot of work, but I can kind of imagine how you could do it. And then you'd like carve out around the outside. Yeah, I could see how you could do it. I don't know. I watched a streamer friend of mine, RNG, build a fortress using a weirdly modified 3D printer underground, one block at a time, dropping some water down onto a bridge, dropping lava onto the bridge on top of it, and then removing the bridge and or pulling the lever, and the bridge would drop up from underneath and it would fall down into place. Basically, like constructing a fort from under, like above it, and the fort was down into the cavern layers, and he went all the way around one layer at a time, dropping blocks from up above. So that's kind of what I was envisioning, but yeah, your method's much quicker. Asik Evolcomo has come. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? What requests do I have of your merchants? Jeez. It's a shame elephants aren't milkable. I have a lot of those. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Oh, true. I guess you could do constructions. I guess I would do it like embedded in the side of a mountain is how I would make it. Yeah, I don't feel like editing my raws. That's work. I do hope that purring maggots work properly in Premium, though. Asik says, again, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Consider farewell bidden. You always buy ores for some reason. I've got plenty of Goblinite. Like, more metal armor to melt down than I really need, to put it simply. So ore isn't really a concern. And I have tons of like glass and gold for crafts, so that's not really an issue. And as far as armor goes, it's like, we're pretty decked out already as it currently sits, so we're in a pretty good spot in general, I would say. I sometimes will import like fancy gems that I can't get a hold of. But like all I really need for weapons is iron / steel / bronze, and I have a surplus already just from Goblinite. Just from killing goblins. They bring it to me themselves. It's quite nice of them. This means less work for me. Okay, there's the humans. It's a lot of crappy clothing. All right, so let's sell off all of that damaged clothing. Let's sell all these serrated discs. I guess that's it. Well, I mean, like, I need to drain it to actually get the stuff out, but this is all Goblinite that I could go get at some point. This is all just iron. All of this stuff is lava safe, so... Well, actually, I don't know about silver. I don't think silver is. That should be melting, but... Welcome back, Disco. Just looking at stream tags. Find anything fun? What's a vote, Gremlin? I guess I'm going to have to explain this to a lot of people. So there is a bug in Dwarf Fortress, right? Well, it's not really a bug. So actually, there's many bugs in Dwarf Fortress. In Dwarf Fortress, gremlins are the only sentient creature that can be tamed as a pet. Okay? Yeah, definitely vote gremlin. So gremlins are the only sentient creature that can be tamed as a pet, right? They're also trapevoids, so they're very hard to catch. But if you can catch a gremlin and get them in a cage, you can tame them, right? If you have a tame gremlin in your fort, because they're intelligent and can talk, all they do is run around and talk to your dwarves, right? Now, here's the catch. If you have a gremlin in your fort, they eat bones, right? So you have to have a constant supply of bones for them to eat. But if you can maintain the constant supply of bones and also have a tame gremlin and also allow them to stay tame long enough, trained well enough that they don't go wild, again, in air quotes, and become hostile, they will just exist in your fort and talk to your dwarves and train their social skills. So theoretically, it is possible that you, a player of Dwarf Fortress, could capture a gremlin and end up with a gremlin that is the most socially competent person in your fortress, which is an inevitability and will happen eventually. Once that happens, they will begin to be elected as mayor, and there's no way around it. And because they are a sentient creature, which is also tameable as a pet, and also has no needs, meaning this green section, like they have no likes and dislikes. They're not partial to anything. Means it's possible to have a noble in Dwarf Fortress that demands nothing. And that's why you need to vote Gremlin, is because it's the only royal or noble that has no demands. So that's what it's for. As for why it's a tag in my stream, I don't know. It was either that or Gremlin for mayor. Which, if you look down here, there's Gremlin for mayor. Actually, yeah, literally, like, if you sort by vote Gremlin, you'll see the two of them in the Dwarf Fortress directory. So, there you go. I demand... And that's about it. But, I don't know. It's one of those tags where it's like, I'm wondering if... Yeah, literally, there's only 2 people on Twitch with the Vote Gremlin tag, and that's me and the official Gremlin for Mayor campaign on Twitch. So yeah, no, it's literally just us. Vote Gremlin. At request nothing. Vote Gremlin. And Inga's has been taken by a Fey mood. Good luck there, Dwarf. I'm gonna buy books. All these codexes. I don't know if it's really a backstory. It's just like the story of how a running joke in my chat became a meme. And then we kind of ran with it. And that's why the Twitch accounts, the two specific Twitch accounts exist. Gremlin for Mayor and Only Gremlins. I'm actually shocked that Only Gremlins was available, but, you know, here we go. Also, gremlinformayor.nl is a website that you can go to. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Never mind, we got the .com. Gremlinformayor.com is, in fact, a website that you can go to, which includes a live countdown timer, which is currently kind of fucked up, on the website, as well as a link to the most important Dwarf Fortress-related YouTube video. Which is just a 10-hour version of Drinkin' Industry. The song that was so good that they had to turn it off at the PAX panel. Because for some reason it was twice the volume of the rest of the music in the game. So... Anyway, we're very smart, mature, intelligent adults here who don't get up to any shenanigans. I don't know what you're accusing me of. Do you ever just hear some weird-ass noise coming from your neighbor's apartment and go, what the fuck, dude? Because it legit sounds like there's a drill. So it's like someone is drilling shelves into the wall in the neighbor's apartment. I keep buying cheese. Just get more bones? I always need more bones. I guess that the vote Kremlin tag is a bigger question right now, especially because America just had midterms, right? I'm not even in the States, though, so. Things looking a bit dark. Depending on the time of day, yeah, for sure. Yeah, it sucks, dude. So go to Discord and go to post art, Diamond. There is a glorious donation to the incredible work that is the official Gremlin for Mayor election campaign. At least I'm assuming that's the point of that post. But I hope that the computer crash wasn't major. That sucks, dude. It's a good thing that the countdown timer stream is running on a server and not on your computer, hey? Interesting indeed. Apparently you can just set it to loop and it looks great. But computers crashing is no fun, so. Add his media set to loop. Hair up. All right. Hold up. Yeah. It's funny. It's like when my hair's up at the start of the stream, if nobody ever sets the hair down, then no one ever interacts with it. But the second my hair goes down, then it's just like up and down all day. Now I look like less of a caveman. or 70s hair metal rocker or something. I'm sure Aqua can do it. That's a perk you've never seen on Twitch before? Hair up or down? It's even more important question. Have you ever seen a rubber duck redemption button on a Twitch stream before? Because that is something that we have, and we have a very large selection of rubber ducks too. What's up, Nino? And sometimes you just got to be a king. Also, little known fact, I actually played Dwarf Fortress with a mouse. Duck you ASAP? Nah, you got to tune in tomorrow while we have the record player running. That's when ducks are redeemed. Ducks ain't redeemed except for when the record player's on screen. I mean, they're using headless OBS, I think, which I'm sure that can be set up. Oven roasted carrots? Ooh. You have ducks next to you. I'm not a software dev at all. I do have rubber ducks, though. Although, honestly, when it comes to cool shit on my desk, this thing's weak. This is going on the plane with me tomorrow. My Fortress is amazing looking. It's some biggins. Hopefully we can get her done before premium launches. Got lots and lots to do. Several things I want to get done before premium is out, but it's only one of two forts that I'm running now. It's this one in Long Death, so. Your Fortress did a lot better once you stopped the starting dwarves from going insane with their 10 nasty memories. What? What do you mean by 10 nasty memories and it's a chore? And as they look at a puddle, they get instant PTSD for life. What video game are you playing? Certainly not the one I'm playing. What are you even talking about? Like, I literally have, like, kind of no idea what you're talking about. I know there was, like, one version of the game for a bit there where stress was harder, but... Yes. That's how you play Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, I know how the mines work, but what do you mean by staring at a puddle and they get PTSD for all eternity? Like, I've literally done surface forts where it's perma-raining 24/7 and they're fine. Like, I have no idea what you're talking about, to be completely honest with you. I mean, like, just, like, to have a peek at this dwarf. Like, this dwarf's angry, and that's internalized. They've got a positive memory that they're, like recurring, which is they feel pleasure remembering a fine seat. That's an easy one. But this dwarf keeps getting into arguments, and I got a couple dwarves that keep getting into arguments because they don't get along very well. I assume it's due to religious differences, the fact that the two most popular religions in this fortress worship the same god. I'm assuming they don't get along very well. By, like, one season of rain. Okay, think about it this way, right? You know how time works in Dwarf Fortress, right? Also, when was the last time you played Dwarf Fortress? Is my second question. The first question, my first statement is, you know how time works, right? A day is approximately 30 seconds. If you were told to sit outside for, let's just say, 5 minutes, that's 10 days. Imagine being told you have to go stand outside for 10 days in the rain. You'd be pretty pissed too. Also, if you haven't played in over a year, patch came out in spring 2021. I think it was spring 2021? Yeah, January 28th, 2021. So winter 2021. End of winter 2021. And in that patch, changed how friendships worked, changed how grouping in taverns worked so they socialize better and make friends better, and it changed how stress worked, rebalanced the effectiveness of certain things, completely nullified the concern of rain, and, well, not completely, but, like, you literally have to, like, lock a dwarf outside for, like, a year for them to get upset about rain now. Changed how meals work, so instead of needing specific ingredients to get enjoyment from meals, they simply need high quality meals. So masterwork quality meals give them good thoughts instead of specific ingredients in any quality meals, which is what it was before. It changed the amount of happiness they get from alcohol. It changed the amount of happiness they get from sleeping in good bedrooms. It changed the amount of, like, it basically rebalanced all of stress. So, like, none of these things that you're talking about have been issues for over a year. So everything that you are talking about right now, Neutromancer, is a non-concern. I mean, see, this is actually, like, the biggest problem with Dwarf Fortress that me, as somebody who streams this game a lot, runs into all the time, is that the vast majority of the community hasn't played the game in ages. Which, in theory, is totally fine, right? And by ages, I mean 6 months, 4 years, 8 years, 2 years. When you have a community like that that's so fractured, the game does get relatively regular updates. Like, at minimum, it gets, like, a balance change once a year, right? And that's at minimum. So you need to realize that the game that you played in 2019 or 2020 is different from the game that I'm playing right now. Yeah, sure. But, like, now you're in my chat talking about things that was fact when you last played that aren't fact anymore, which confuses other people. So, like, if you were just talking on a forum, let's just say, 3 weeks ago, and someone asked a question about Dwarf Fortress, and you gave them all that information that you just gave me, then that's incorrect information going back into the community. I'm not saying this is your fault specifically, but, like, this is just a problem that Dwarf Fortress as a whole has, and I can't wait until things are more unified with auto updates on Steam so that people know when there's because, like, right now, an update to Dwarf Fortress, the only real notification you get is Tarn posts on Bay 12 at 2 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday night. And then, how often do people check Bay 12? Like, that's what it was before. And, like, it's completely understandable why most people would completely miss it. Because, like, why are you staring at, like, this weird-looking website at 2 o'clock in the morning? Like, it just, there is no reason for people to be staring at it, right? So the vast majority of the community, even the engaged people, will miss stuff for a couple days, couple weeks, couple months even, maybe a year. And but discussion about this game is actively happening. And I can't wait until Steam hopefully remedies some of that, where the vast majority of the community will know exactly when there's an update because it goes out on Steam automatically. Can't wait. That's why I'm so excited about the community being a bit more unified. But no, you're all good, Neutromancer. I wanted to be clear that, like, you weren't, like, screwing something up because, yeah, no, there was a good about 4 years, I would say. There was, like, it's really started in about 2016, I think, when stress got bad. And then there was a good period of time between about 2017 and then this most recent update where for a lot of people, the game was unplayable. And actually a large portion of the community stopped playing the game as much because of the exact stuff you were talking about. There was a very large portion of the player base just kind of stopped playing or went back to older versions because they didn't like how punishing the stress was. I liked it. I actually find the current game easy and a little bit boring in places because stress is a non-concern anymore. But the idea behind the stress rebalance is it's supposed to work into sieges, which are going to be significantly more brutal soon, TM. And also some stuff in premium, which we haven't seen yet. So, like the agitation mechanic and the fact that holy metals are going to play a bigger role in the game, which I'm assuming is going to mean that they're going to be more difficult to combat whoever shows up with them. And the fact that holy metal will be accessible in fortress mode means that yeah, there's adamantine, but there's also like some dude with a sword that's screaming at you might show up. Kind of specs am I running? My DF looks slowish. i7 7700K, which isn't overclocked, it's actually underclocked. 64 gigs of RAM, an SSD. But you got to remember that this is a much larger than normal map. Like the normal map size is what, like 4x4. This is way bigger than that, for one thing. So it's going to run slow by that margin. Also, I have multiple lava flows going on, lots of physics going on, especially underground. And almost 200 dwarves and like 90 animals. So no, it's running about fine. It's 7x7, yeah. It's not the biggest I could make it, but it's pretty big. Yeah, no, it is running a little on the slow side, especially right now because everybody's pathing. Everybody's pathing. It speeds up when there's less major jobs going on. But I often, especially if it's a fort that I'm not planning on playing super long, I will intentionally increase the map size, knowing that it'll run like crap, but I don't really care. It just gives me more time to talk. Also, investments are open again if people care. No, but I did cave in 14 Z levels at once in Long Death. I think it was 14. It was either 14 or 15. And that didn't crash. I've never crashed the map or the game by caving stuff in, and I've caved in entire layers before. Like, I'm trying... The only times I really get crashes are when perfectly normal stuff is happening, and then something happens off map, and the game just goes pop, and that maybe happens once or twice a year. I actually had a crash Thursday, and it was like, I think my first or second crash this year. And it was on this fort, and it just randomly crashed. I was like, huh, weird. Generally, if I get crashes, it's in World Gen. Their fort has run into a problem and needs to restart. Actually? That's funny. I'd be very amused if that happened to me. Also, Dwarf Fortress is literally speeding up as we speak. The frame rate just ticked up by like 5. Because this is why it's running so slowly right now. It's because I'm dumping all these boulders. I'm getting tired of just dealing with them. We're throwing them all into the lava because, like, it's a good thing to do with a bunch of boulders is throw them in the lava. Throw them in the river! That also works. All right. Speaking of throwing them into the river, these all for... Wow. They are forbidden. I mean, there was a World Gen crash at one point, which was eventually blamed on not dwarves, but or rather, it was eventually blamed on dwarves were trying to write poetry in languages that they're not capable of reading. So like they'd written all of the possible poetry that they could write based on the game's algorithms, essentially. And so if you'd hit, it was like year 1100 plus, like if you tried to generate like several thousand-year-old worlds, basically, you'd hit year 1100 plus and the game would crash because they'd written all of the poetry and they couldn't write any more poetry. Was something that was kind of funny for a bit. Kind of reminds me of your divide by plump helmet error. So I think I'm going to go one layer in. I still maintain, though, the feature that I'm the most excited about is just being able to build on floors. Gosh, I can't wait to be able to build on floors. Yeah, there was also the thing with mountains and forms of music, but I can't remember exactly what the cause of that one was. Being able to scroll more smoothly. Honestly, like, I don't care about the way the game actually plays. I'm just looking forward to a few very specific mechanical changes. And being able to build on floors is one, being able to build a minecart track with 2 clicks is another. Kids being able to haul and clean is another. You hated having to recenter your screen on things? Yeah, that's fair. What about the new UI? Honestly, I'm one of those people who's like, I kind of like the current UI and I'm going to miss it. Like, the current UI is bad. It's not a good UI, but I mean, I'm kind of looking at the new UI going, oh, I have to learn a new UI, fuck. But like, yeah, it looks fine. I'm looking forward to it. It'll be fun to learn. Be a new challenge. I guarantee you that will not happen because Dwarf Fortress's UI is not moddable. It's really actually quite amusing to me. That's something that I see all the time is people saying, oh, you know, they'll make a new UI immediately. It's like, well, you need to realize that if Dwarf Fortress's UI was moddable, you'd think some moron would have come along already and done that. But the only real mechanic, like, UI changes that you can get right now in Dwarf Fortress are through DFHack, which is literally a RAM editor, right? It's editing what's going on in memory, which is not a very optimal way of modding a video game. So I kind of don't expect that to happen. Maybe if the game sells well enough and Tarn open sources parts of it, maybe we could get the UI open sourced. But although, that being said, once Premium's out, as much as I like this UI, I'm an adult. I can just not play this version anymore and learn the new one. That's fine. You don't think that there won't be a workshop for a while unless they do the API? Well, have I got news for you? Ah, there it is. 2 days ago, November 7th, changed categories, added Steam Workshop, added category, Steam Workshop. There you go. There already is a workshop. Already done it. Save games, raw exchanges, tile sets probably. But just wanted to like make sure that you're aware that like there will in fact be a workshop and it'll be there at launch as far as I can tell. That's what all signs point to anyway. Also, if you want to know about that stuff, you can ask him yourself. You can ask Tarn yourself. Just tune into this stream on the 17th at 3 p.m. Pacific. Because Tarn will be joining me for an hour and a half or so. We will be talking about dwarfy things. Inges the Mason has created a Kistatsomal, a diorite coffin, and claims it as a family heirloom. It's worth 33,600. This is a diorite coffin. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with magnetite. I've got magnetite in the fort? Cabochons? Weird. And, decorated with pigtail and aardvark bone. Actually, I must have bought it from somebody. And it is encircled with bands of round diorite cabochons, and this object menaces with spikes of diorite and bloodthorn and green glass. On the item is an image of a hoary marmot man in pineapple opal. On the item is an image of foot velvets, the raw adamantine earring in bloodthorn. Yeah, nice artifacts. I mean, I generally buy bars instead of ores because I'm too lazy to go and smelt them all, but Although I am looking forward to people no longer asking me less often about why their DF hack isn't working.
You and the pyramid deserve this.
Thank you, Koku. Chat, can I get a round of beers in chat for the second month of Prime? Welcome back. Bringing us up to 440 subs. Means a lot, man. Cheers. Looking at something right now. Trying to figure out how I can easily do this. Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Okay. Yeah, I can make this work. I'm gonna try and put a Steam logo on top of this thing. We're gonna do it in Bloodthorn, so it'll be red and green. Gonna try. Keyword here is try. We're gonna try. We're gonna do it in Bloodthorn and Diorite, so it'll be red and black, or red and brown, or red and gray, I guess. Which I should be able to do. The problem is just gonna be getting the top the right size. But in theory, it shouldn't be too difficult. And then down here, we can put our constructed tavern underneath it down here somewhere. So many dwarves running back and forth along this. But yeah, I've got pixel arts of the Steam logo up here on Google Images. I'm kind of squinting at them. Plenty of different varieties and options and shapes and sizes, but I think I've found one that is small enough that it'll work. I'm working off of this. So we'll see what we can do. We'll see what we can do. Shouldn't be too finicky. Hopefully. Shouldn't be. But you never know. Might be very finicky. We might be here a while. But we got time. We've got lots of time. Till the end of the month, in fact. All right, chat. 2 seconds. I gotta go use the restroom. I will be right back. All right, I return. I'll tell you this. It's a really good thing I muted my microphone when I stood up. Because I stood up, or I muted my microphone, turned off the camera, stood up, and I'd been sitting cross-legged for a bit, and apparently my leg was asleep, and I immediately, like, fucking fell over. It's a good thing I muted when I did, otherwise you would have heard a loud thonk, ow! But it's okay. I survived. Not dead. Can confirm. All right, thingy go all the way around the edgy. Let's go up by one layer. All the way around. Also, it's good to see you, by the way, Tropin. You've been good. I do hope that you've been good. You know, honestly, I think it's a really good sign that the only negative / upset feedback that I've heard from the community about premium is people being worried that it's going to cost too much in their region. That's like the biggest concern I've seen about premium, which is a pretty good space to be, I think. Is that people are worried they won't be able to afford it, especially with Dwarf Fortress, because you can, you know, just play classic and it's the same game. But I understand why people want all of the fancy features. Max, busy, work and stuff? Gotcha. Well, hopefully you got some time off on the 6th. Everybody needs some time off on the 6th. It's going to be the biggest game release that nobody's going to see coming. I do actually some kind of, because like I know that Dwarf Fortress is highly anticipated, right? But it's highly anticipated for a very specific group of people, right? Like the vast majority of the games industry is not paying any attention to the fact that Dwarf Fortress is releasing on Steam. It's like indie dev, sure, right? Like niche, small budget games, sure. Like games that are like very, very much occupying the same space, sure. But like the wider game community has like no fucking idea that this game's gonna release, and there's gonna be a lot of confused people on the Steam storefront when this game comes out, and it's just like, why did that sell 1 million what the fuck? It's like whenever a new football manager comes out, and I forget that those games exist, and I'm like, oh, I guess that sold 2 million copies again. But you do have the 9th thought? Well, that's okay. I mean, if you put the two of them together, that's pretty nice. But at the very least, you do get some time off around there. Apparently the 6th is Finland's Independence Day, which I think is kind of funny. It's like it's releasing on Finland's Independence Day. Diamond's having computer problems. Am I going crazy, or did PogChamp change color? I thought it used to be more green before. It did? Okay. It's like very subtle. I'm like looking at it like, why does PogChamp look different? What the fuck? Looks weird now. Oh, is it supposed to be God of War? Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense. Jeez. Fucking marketing money. Am I right? That is very silly. Ooh, we finally got a glassmaker guild. Look at that. Cool. The Company of Towns, a glassmaker guild, has been established. I need to figure out where to put the Company of Towns. Well, clearly they need much glass. I think that the Company of Towns could maybe go up here somewhere. I think where I can cram it in. This area is pretty crammed already. Actually, the main lava forge right there. So maybe the Company of Towns could exist up here, just above the lava forge. Give them like a little room kind of thing right up here. Time to pump lava. Well, best of luck with your pumping. As a great metal band once said, we're gonna pump it better. If you could call them a metal band instead of like the weird like German comedy pop metal thing. Gotta pump it better. Not to be confused with whipping it and whipping it good. Very different. Do I have a water reservoir? Oh, do I? Question, why would I need a water reservoir? I mean, I sort of do. I have a well. I've got flowing water, but it's not actually a reservoir. I use it for power. Water flows beneath the fortress down here. Out of this little stream. Powers that. My well's connected to it. Only goes all the way there. I could... I mean, I'm only making 6,800 power, and I only need 2,761. So I could increase the amount of pumps if I needed to. Could also double them all up if I needed to as well. December 6th is St. Nicholas Day. Yeah, my family actually used to celebrate St. Nick's Day because my Dutch heritage. Says the blind guy. Yeah, faster. I mean, I'm actually kind of curious about if there's going to be people surprised by Dwarf Fortress's release. You know, like, we're all sitting here going, it's been 10,000 years since I first played Dwarf Fortress, and it's finally getting graphics. You know, we're all over here just being like old men. And then there's some people that are like, I didn't know this game existed. I just discovered it. This is amazing. I wonder how much of the latter there's going to be. Like, that's something I'm genuinely curious to see. Like, how many people are just going to, like, stumble on / discover Dwarf Fortress. Although, realistically, and this is something that, like, I tweeted out the other day, which I very much feel this. This was a comment that somebody left on one of my thingies. Which was this. I still can't believe those mad lads actually refined the entire UI to design it to be more like RimWorld in such a short time. We're going to enter a golden age of DF YouTube content, which I kind of hope so. But in such a short time, I think, is the key there. Because realistically, they started working on Dwarf Fortress Premium in spring 2020. So it's been like less than 3 years that they've actually been actively working on it. Like, they announced it like a year and a half before they actually started working on it. Apparently they signed the paperwork and like got the whole all the deals set up for this in 2018, which is kind of crazy. Like, this has been in the works since 2018. Yeah, they don't mean it in a negative way though. That's the thing. Like, I think comparing the two is goofy, but like, it is a much more usable UI, and RimWorld has a much more usable UI. But it's such a short time bit of that comment that's neat to me. It's like, finally, someone else realizes that they actually didn't take that long to make it. Because they didn't. They really, really didn't. How did I hold shift there? And those last two bits to get removed, and then we can construct this whole thing. Stream and fail fun. I just hope people like it. Although I can't wait to see people like try to do RimWorld strats in Dwarf Fort, because you know someone's gonna do that, right? Like, someone's gonna be like, "Oh, this is just like RimWorld, okay," and they're gonna build like a kill box. They're just gonna get wrecked. It's gonna be a good time. Although I was watching a stream a while ago of somebody who was playing Dwarf Fort probably for the first time. They kept trying to like use this tool to select their dwarves and like, why can't I tell them to do things? Why can't I give them orders? I'm also worried about that. I don't know how many people actually realize that like it's more of a god game than like a you give your dudes orders kind of game. They'll just start vomiting. They'll just run out and everybody starts puking. The only time I've seen people refer to Dwarf Fortress as a RimWorld-like is ironically. I don't think I've ever actually seen anybody say that seriously, except for that one guy on the like Steam forums who was just like, I'm trying to think the actual word of it. Oh, this is just some dumb RimWorld clone. But I think they were just trying to get a rise out of people. It's hard to tell. I mean, maybe we'll see that more once Premium's out, but was that Waffle? Oh, like trying to... No, Waffle actually did it... Like, to Waffle's credit, Waffle... I realize where I recognize your name from now. Like, Waffle, to his credit, did a, like, surprisingly decent job. Like, the only thing that really made me go, no, what are you doing? Was when he just kept, like, Alt F4ing in loading screens. Because that will wreck your save. Like, just straight up, that will kill your save. And your world won't load anymore. And he kept doing that every single time. It's like, what do you... But outside of, like, he did fine. Like, his doors are gonna... It's a good thing he stopped playing when he did, because they were all about to die from thirst because he was building all these bedrooms and not brewing alcohol. But, like, you know, such as dwarves. But no, the person that I'm referencing was from ages ago. Just some random person with one viewer. And the one viewer was trying to explain to them how to play the game and clearly knew what they were doing. And then that person was just like, why can't I select dwarves? Just got all mad. Do you have... Well, I mean, my favorite comparison, Arch, is just Dwarf Fortress is like comparing checkers to Civilization. It's like they're both strategy games. And that's about where the similarities end. They're both strategy games with some sort of tiles and pieces. Oh, I will never forget that I'm an idiot. Last crew, don't worry. Resident village idiot here, reporting for duty. God, I still can't get it. Like, I reread that conversation in that person's chat log yesterday, Gru, and it was just like, wow, that escalated quickly, because holy shit, that escalated quickly. I still can't get over how fast that fucking escalated. Okay, if someone puts Gandhi into checkers, I will be much more interested in playing checkers. Just gonna be honest there. Oh, I should check on my web elephant. Shit. I think I can definitely reset that. What I should actually have done with the elephant down in the basement. Oh shit, there's a void hunter visiting. What I really should have done is I should put like pressure plates here so that when the dwarves walk through here, it closes the drawbridge, but it doesn't really matter. I can pull the lever back down, reset the trap, close these. And then our elephant here, the forgotten beastaphant, the huge eyeless elephant with 3 long hanging tails that shoots webs somehow, is going to spray webs at these dogs, and then we can let them out again later. Just the concept of Gandhi playing checkers alone is amusing to me. Never mind, like, Gandhi nuking a checkers board. And there it goes. Hey, webs. Magical. That's my friendly local elephant web developer. window. Alright, so because they formed a guild, I'm gonna place down a guild zone. For wherever the heck glassmakers are. There they are. The Company of Towns. 10 members. A construct of... Well, change restriction. The concept of guilds. Of towns. There you go. They really want you to know that Modern Warfare 2 is a thing? Yeah. I mean, if I could just completely disable all ads on my channel, I would. I don't run ad breaks, though, so once you're in the stream, you won't see more. I don't know. Not everybody can afford 2 year, which is the problem. Like, I'm one of those weird people where I'm just like, if I could pay Twitch to remove ads from my stream, I would probably do it. But unfortunately, they don't give me the options, so. It's not even cost of living. I mean, like, ironically, a lot of countries with, like, lower cost of living don't actually get as many ads on Twitch. Like, I know a streamer from South Africa, and he claims he's never actually seen an ad on Twitch. And he's been on Twitch for, like, years. Years and years he's been on Twitch. And he claims he's never actually seen an ad on this site. So. I mean, Twitter is currently burning itself to the ground, so I don't know what you mean by competent platform. But no, I would not want to imagine what Twitch would be like if Elon Musk bought it. That might actually be one of the few things that would potentially make me quit streaming on Twitch and just move to a different platform. It's had an increased amount of users despite the chaos. Yeah, it's all so's Mastodon. But, you know, I really don't feel like discussing Twitter with you, to be honest. It's Truth Gaming. If you even joke about that, I will time you out, my dude. Also, that platform already exists. It's called DLive. If you want those kinds of people, just go to DLive. If you want to stream alongside of white nationalists and racists and homophobic assholes, you can get all that right there on DLive. Although maybe don't go to that website because it is mining cryptocurrency the second you go onto that website. Kind of a sad platform. You'd go to your local old folks home? Fair enough. Alright, let's just get rid of that boulder. Besides, I don't think Twitch is an incompetent platform. If Twitch wasn't competent, Twitch would be gone a long time ago. I literally only have Twitter because I do this job. And it's a very good place to find indie games, but it's fine. Everybody's moving to Mastodon, and that seems to be a, not replacement, but stopgap until we find somewhere better. No platform is as good as it could be. But it's a hell of a lot better than it was. Many people just don't remember how garbage tier Twitch was in like 2011. I do, because I streamed on here back then. Well, not 2011. 2012 specifically was when I started streaming, but I used the site in 11. People need to like sit back and eat their chips and remember what Twitch was like before Amazon bought it. And how hard it was to stream on this site, and how crappy everything operated, and how bad the delays were, and how frequently this entire site would go down because somebody had 1,000 viewers. Yeah, the ads suck, but it's still a far better site than it's been in the past. If you don't want to sell your data to advertisers, just simply run a VPN like normal people. Run a VPN and block all elements. Or even better, download VLC Media Player. Download a chat extension for Twitch, like Chatty or something that hooks into Twitch chat and lets you read Twitch chat. And then watch Twitch through live streamer via VLC Media Player. And then you have your own personal client. You don't even need to log into Twitch through Twitch directly. You can go through third-party software and just not need to worry about any of it. Perfectly valid options, I say. I don't know what that is, a Hawkins cheesy, so I don't know. Bag of chips was just the first thing that came to mind. It was more of like a metaphor for popcorn. Just realize that Twitch is in one of the better places it's ever been, but publicly people hate it for reasons that just make me kind of squint at it and go, yeah, the ads suck, I agree. At least the site works. At least I don't have 3-minute delays on my streams, and I can't remember the last time my stream was booted offline. So, you know, as just a platform for streaming, Twitch is the best it's ever been, really. But the problem is when things have been really good for a really long time, people poke at it and find things to be annoyed by. And like, there's lots of stuff that I don't like about Twitch, but there's more stuff I don't like about YouTube, so that's just the unfortunate side effect of having to work around corporations. Is it's very easy to dislike chunks of them. Or do they exist in Canada? Because there's a lot of snacks that exist in the world that do not exist in Canada. Like, I've never heard of that particular brand before. Like, I'd never heard of Cheez-Its until maybe 5 years ago when they started showing up in Canada. You're in Alberta? Yeah, I've never heard of them. Maybe they just don't make their way out to BC. It's just like that one tiny portion of Canada that's convinced the entire planet that all of Canada gets all of their milk in bags. When it's like a province. It's not even that, it's like a city in a province. But yeah, it sounds like a regional thing, I guess. I mean, do you get hard bite where you're at? Like hard bite chips? Because that's a brand that seems to be pretty regional. There's plenty of regional brands, though. Okay, you get hard bite? Okay. Because like that stuff doesn't exist in Seattle, as an example. Seattle's like right there. Like if someone were to pick me up, I'm about a 20-minute drive from the border. It's like Miss Vicky's, but better. Why a pyramid? Because people always ask me to build pyramids and then I never do. Because they look cool, I guess. They're not too difficult to build. I already had a square base. It was between that or a dome, and I didn't feel like circularing the thing. So it is, in fact, coming along nicely, but doing the next layer is going to take a while. Green glass is the material. Someone actually asked how I managed to obtain so much olivine. I was like, I don't know how I would have ever obtained that much olivine. Absolutely not, because I like using my imagination for Dwarf Fortress. I don't think that those 3D renderers help in any way. I think they just kind of look ugly. Dwarf Illuminati? You're just gonna have to illuminate these dwarves. Trap a vampire? I'd have to find one first. I actually haven't seen a single vampire in this world, now that you mention it. And I've been playing in this world for like over a year. Close to a year now? Done like 14 forts in this world or something at this point. I don't think anything emits light in DF. Ollie golly, thank you very much for the raid. If you guys are looking for more dwarfy related things and you speak German. There's a location for you. And a round of beers for the raiders. But yeah, I don't think anything actually emits light in Dwarf Fortress. Like, I really question how light works in this game. If it works, is maybe a better way of putting it. I understand a lot of German. I can't write it or read it. Well, I mean, I know 9, but... I understand enough German to know what Rammstein's talking about. Which is about as much as I need, frankly. And, you know, like, Schadenfreude and all of those words. And words that marketing has taught us, like, that car! Which, cool. Volkswagen, you did it. Your brother has a superpower. What the fuck? You just like flamethrowers. I had to convince a friend of mine the other year to not buy a flamethrower because he's like, it's on sale. He's like, I could buy a military grade flamethrower. I was like, dude, you live in an apartment. He goes, yeah? I'm like, where would you put it? He goes, my closet? He goes, I'm like, so what would you do with it? He's like, burn things? I'm like, in your apartment? Like, doesn't live on the first floor, like, he's multiple floors up. It's like, maybe think about that first. I remember, like, one of the first lines in German I actually learned when I was little was, Das ist ein Hexe. Specifically from the movie Bedknobs and Broomsticks. That's a witch! Yes. Very much like stating the obvious. Good movie, too. I'm not even going to try and say that one, Brayton. Also, hey, Deep, what's up? Clear glass is such a pain in the dick to make work properly. Although it's not as bad as crystal glass. I've had several semi-successful crystal glass industries. I had one fortress where I was actually able to import enough rock crystal to make a proper crystal glass industry. And I was quite proud of that. And it was one of those like, cool, I did it once, never again. It was just finicky. What's crystal glass for? Higher value clear glass. It's literally just clear glass, but with rock crystals in it, basically. What, importing crystals? Rock crystals? Yeah. The humans will usually import rock crystals for you if you request them. Sometimes dwarven factions will. They have to have access to it, though. To make a fancy wine decanter? Yeah, true. But, like, why do you need crystal glass when you can just have pineapple opals, which in real life look fucking rad? I mean, look at these fucking things. Pineapple opals are awesome looking. Like, these things are super cool. Like, look at that shit. I mean, when you say that many, like maybe think about who you're talking to. You're talking to the guy who has kept a fortress alive for 427 years with no sign of stopping, and will continue that fort going after Premium has released. So, when it comes to dedication to stupid gimmicks, like, I'm that person. I overcommit. Literally because somebody, like, threw it into the YouTube comments section. They're just like, hey, you should keep a fort alive for 1,000 years. I was like, you know, that sounds like fun. Why not? 2 years later, still playing the same fortress. Not even halfway done. It's too late, though. I've committed. I can't even remember the name of that video game, but I used to play this game where this one of the it was like a turn-based game. One of the characters just always screamed, "I'm committed!" whenever they did their move, and I'm trying to think what it was. No, 1,000 in-game years. But 427. I'm happy. You're happy if your fortress reaches 30. This one started in year 241, so this fortress is math. 18 years old. Do it in real life? No, you. After you. Giant blue lizard. Someone should, like, make a sealed box. Like, like one of those time capsule boxes, and just have, like, a computer that's automated Dwarf Fortress in it. So it's just like, it's a civilization in a box. Destroyed at year 999, I would probably just reload a backup, because I have the hundreds of backups at this point. I mean, that only exists. I hope that you survived last Thursday, or the day after last Thursday, Metalhead. We watched a movie on Discord. A couple people. You just need a radioisotope power source for the sealed computer, and it'll run forever. Oh, the computer will. Will the game run forever though? That's the more important question. And autumn has arrived on the calendar. Is it broken? No, there is none. Well, I mean, light is emitted from the sun going down, which is what makes surface plants grow. But that's not actually how it works. So, like, unless you actually want me to start talking to you about how I understand, like, light working in Dwarf Fortress, let's just say that there is no light in DF. Really. I mean, there's line of sight in adventure mode. And there's a day-night cycle in adventure mode. But in fortress mode, there really isn't. Also, for some reason, this install of the game, no other install has ever done this, but when it's done saving, it sets itself, like, it minimizes itself, and, like, every single time I think it crashed. I don't know why the fuck it does that. It's gonna give me a heart attack one of these days. This fort has only crashed once. It hasn't since. And every time it saves, I think it's crashing. Yeah, but so to give you an idea, right? This is why I say light doesn't work in Dwarf Fortress. So, like, this is surface level grass, right? This grass grows here because it has sunlight, right? If I cave it in 1Z level and then build floor on top of it, it's still technically above ground and can still technically see light, in air quotes. And stuff will still grow on it. So suddenly, plants that are in light, as you can see down the bottom right, outside in light, above ground, it'll still be outside in light and above ground, technically, even once it's below ground. Light works. But do dwarves need light? No. They just see in the dark. They have dark vision. Like, literally, like, they're like bats. They can see in the dark. Like, there's a wiki page about it. Basically, there are no light sources. The light is generated by the tile, based on the location of the tile in the map. Trying to find the... Yeah, I'm not able to find that exact page that I'm looking for. I have no idea. I do know that, like... Well, I mean, yeah, okay, so here's the tile attributes that includes all the light information if you want it. I do know that the fertility level of certain types of plants is changing, and stuff will be automatically fertilized and grow more efficiently and in higher quantities if planted in the caverns. But the way Tarn explained it in the blog post was that you can still grow in mud and you can still grow in dirt in the upper levels underground. However, it will be significantly less efficient than it was before. And if you want the original efficiency, the efficiency that you get now from planting anywhere, you have to plant in caverns. So either layer 1, layer 2, or layer 3. I don't know if there will be a difference in efficiency between those caverns, which is especially fun because sometimes you'll get caverns that have no dirt in them. You did a really expensive animal today. You didn't get pics. What kind of animal? They're like, also, hello. Hope you're doing well. Also, for anybody, did you buy a new Jeep because the animal was just that expensive, or was the Jeep unrelated? But congratulations on the new vehicle purchase. Hope that the gas isn't too bad. But for those of you who missed it, hold a pure David, the animal? What? Did you taxidermize a human? Where was I going with this? So Cyrilax is a taxidermist. Pulls the guts and innards out of a thing, turns it into leather, and then refills it with other things. You know, that kind of... When he says he did an animal, that's what he means. A zombie in my tavern just kind of chilling. I'm gonna... Oh man, I got no open cases. I'm wishing I had a cold case. Could have just interrogated the zombie. Here, David's deer. I'm gonna Google this. Known as a milu. It's a species of native deer in the valleys of China. Huh. So it's a Chinese deer. So what you're telling me is that you got to, like, prepare the skin and do a taxidermy job on a Chinese knockoff of a deer? Rude. You're just putting a name to hunt one and the lottery is 250. Did you do the full body or just the head? Because, like, I'm looking at pictures of these. These are cool looking. Looks like deer. Looks more like an elk than a deer to me. The full thing? Damn, dude. It's cool. I see what you mean by, like, it's an expensive animal. Yeah, they are almost extinct after like a 2-second Google search. Yeah, look, it looked like if you were to just show me that picture, I'd be like, that's an elk. I wouldn't think that that's a deer if you just showed me that. I would think that that's an elk. Okay. Oops, yep, I certainly just did. Wrong material type. Oh, another mechanical change that I can't wait for? Resizing stockpiles. Once they're constructed. I can't wait. Is it really a pyramid or a ziggurat? I don't actually know what the definitional difference is between the two of them. So I don't know. And honestly, I don't really care. When it's just a big old hollow structure. That's really all it is. But they'll be able to be expanded. And also there's no size limit, I think. Instead of just 32 by 32, which is what they currently are. Then it's a ziggurat. But I'm calling it a pyramid. So, deal. I guess. Technicalities be fucking damned. No. Dwarves are here to trade. Just let me finish pouring my coffee. Just like that guy in chat yesterday that called me an idiot. I also don't care. You know? I really should stop mentioning that. It's still amusing to me because of the context of it. I mean, dwarves probably call it pointy glass structure. Although dwarves are capable of making decahedral decahedras, so... But our pyramids ziggurats. All I know about Ziggurat is it's a pretty good video game and the name of one of my favorite albums of all time, so. That's all I really know about ziggurats. Actually, that's another thing I need to do. Well, it's not going to be much of a spike. It's also going to have a flat top. Let's just call it green. Okay. Not Steve? You're not going to, like, do the over-the-hedge bit and be like, let's call it Steve! Which is usually my go-to. That's the plan. I mean, I've got this pixel art of the Steam logo in the background, which I'm staring at. I'm trying to figure out how to do that. Because, you know, so I got to get social media clout somehow. That's not going to be as good as Cupo's Steam logo from ages ago, though. That was a long time ago. Someone needs to go dig that up and, like, repost that thread. Actually, let me see if I can find it. No. Also, that would be up to Kit Fox, not Tarn, probably. Let me just find a thing real quick. And just be like, you know what? It really doesn't matter how cool this ends up looking. Because a better one's always going to look better. And a better one already exists. It's 3 years ago. I'm getting close. This one, was it? No. I mean, like, see, here's the thing. Like, I don't feel the need to show up on the Steam page like that. There it is. This is what I'm looking. This is what I was looking for. I did not make this. Cupo made this. This was like the day Steam was announced too. So, you know. Very fancy, yeah. It's time to like repost that thread. There's a link to the thread. From 4 years ago. So Lycott says, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. And so you guys were asking about glass earlier. Which they... Well, rock crystals would be under gems. So let's just go to small gems. Yeah, see? So if you wanted to make crystal glass, you'd import just tons of rock crystals right there. I don't know this meme. Why not? Let's import rock crystals. Look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Speaking of your fortunes rising and falling, how are they doing back at the Mountain Home? I haven't seen them in a couple years. We've been under siege and haven't been able to trade with them. Ugh, they're still getting wrecked. What's going on behind me? No, the humans are still fighting with these dwarves. Twinkle galleys? That's a weird name for a dwarf fort, excuse me. That's actually a... The name of a dwarven fort, Twinkle galleys. Not like material specific, but types, yeah. So you could be like, I want warhammers, and then they'll just bring you warhammers of whatever material they have. But you can't, it's not as granular as material types. Sounds more like a port rather than a fort. Yeah, I can agree with that. I actually like making fake, I guess, port cities in Dwarf, just like surface cities on the coast. And then just build big old docks out into the ocean with like fake ships around them. Those can be kind of fun to build. There was somebody building like an airship actually on Twitch. They weren't speaking English though, so. I've seen some pretty neat constructions and designs in the past. From those bits. All right, so we need to give gifts to the mountain home so that we can gain royalty. So just let Nortram finish managing with those work orders, and then we'll request them over. I'm literally just going to give them everything as gifts so I can get royalty. Because I want the king! Or queen? What do we even have in this faction right now? A lot of barons is what we have. We have a king who's a spear dwarf. I read that as Duchess Tunnel Face. I was like, Tunnel Face is a good name for a thing. Count of Chaos Tour and Hammerdorf. Nartram, why is it taking you so long to manage all these work orders? Oh, because you haven't even gotten there yet. Well, we'll just follow you then. You read Tunnel Faces? It'll say there was an edit there. It was fence. But yeah, I read like it looked like Tunnel Face. Tunnel this face. But yeah, no, it's gonna be curious tomorrow. I'm very interested to see how that live stream goes tomorrow. Although it's kind of funny that they're wording it as beginner-friendly streams. That's like the one thing about the Kitfox stream that I'm perplexed by. Because it's less beginner-friendly stream and more of a beginner is streaming. Like, to me, beginner-friendly means, like, I'm going to explain every single thing that I'm doing in minute detail, right? That's what that means to me. But when they say beginner-friendly, they just mean that Alexandra is still very much learning the game. Which I think is going to be interesting. But I'm a little worried is going to give some people the wrong impression. But I think that the week after, which is the 17th, will be the second week of that stream. Yeah, it's more like a help our community managers learning Dwarf Fortress, a crash course. Anyway, the week after, which is the 17th, I think I'm going to be joining her for 2 hours before starting my stream up over here. So, you'll hear my voice in the background commentating. Deceitfully. Receiving a phone call from some shady-looking number from Ontario. If it's a scam caller, I'll put him on speaker. Hello? Yep, you are. it's weird to actually be called by a human being. All right. That was actually a phone call that I needed to answer. Weird. Definitely Babe Station. I don't know what that is. No, it was FedEx asking for clarification on something in my address. I've ordered a Christmas gift for my dad, and I'm going to have to pick it up on Friday. But I'm not going to be in the country on Friday. So I'm going to have to go get it on Friday the week after, so I had to ask them to extend it and hang on. Anyways. Otherwise, I would literally just redirect it to my parents' house, which is usually what I do when FedEx tries to deliver things to me. I redirect it to my parents' house and just be like, you guys pick it up, because like they can't, my building is impossible to deliver. To basically, if you're FedEx, because they insist on using buzzer numbers, and the buzzer in this building hasn't worked since I've moved in. And that's not even, I've been here for 10 years. The buzzer's never worked. So it's like, well, I can't give you my buzzer number. It's like, so I get to go through the exact same thing every single time. And every single time it's like, go through the list. It's like, all right, hold it there. I'll come get it. It's fun. It's a dodgy adult channel where you'd call and get to speak to people that were deviously... okay. Interesting. Never heard of this. Probably for the best. The thing is, my brain immediately goes to, it was Babe something Battle Royale. It was a VR Battle Royale game, which I played at, I want to say TwitchCon. It's either 2019 or 2018, I couldn't tell you. Except you played as babies in strollers. But they were like mech strollers. So it was a like 50-player VR-only Battle Royale game where you played as a baby in a mech suit, essentially. Which is where my brain went to when you said that. I was like, that's oddly... And I don't think it ever came out either. It's like, if it did, then like I certainly didn't see it anywhere ever. Phone numbers that were badly insulated and you would call and be like a giant naughty group call. Oh yeah, I believe it. That's someone's fetish. That's... I don't know. It seemed ill-conceived. But lots of games are ill-conceived. Public Battlegrounds G... No, that's a different game. Can I just say that it bothers me that they changed the name of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds to just PUBG Battlegrounds, because it implies that there's another G in there. It bothers me. Sometimes ideas should just stay ideas. Yep. 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 I think they were there trying to find a publisher. They're probably courting Oculus or something. But. Speaking of Oculus, did you guys see that fucking Palmer Luckey went out there and made that headset from Sword Art Online that fucking blows your head up if you die in the video game? Any of you guys like see that? Is that just me? Was I the only person who saw that? Because I swear that thing should be making bigger news because it's the weirdest fucking shit. First off, Palmer Luckey's a terrible person, by the way, and kind of an asshole. But, like... he made the headset from Sword Art Online that kills you if you die in the video game. Yeah. Here you go. Holy shit, that's a... Or can I think that... There you go. That should work. Yes, it does. Minus all the tracking links. You're welcome. But yeah, it's literally the headset from Sword Art Online, including like the bit where you can't take it off and all that. Which is whack, by the way. Saw a moment. Well, Sword Art Online, technically. But, I mean, the dude literally, after he sold Oculus to Facebook, was just like, I'm gonna go make military startups. So he made a startup that makes anti-drone drones. Literally drones with fucking grenades strapped to them that just blow up other drones. It's cool. I guess. I don't know if they ever got sold to anybody, but that's what that Facebook money went towards. And that headset, well, I mean, the player can't die. Well, actually, no. The player can die in adventure mode. I retract that. I was going to say the player can't die in Dwarf Fortress, but only in Fortress mode. Is that actually true? You made an anti-drone drone. It just sits on the floor and tells me it won't do its job. Well, I mean, just break its, like, just break its propellers off. It's a pretty effective anti-drone drone. Welcome back, Besta. All right. I was saying I was going to mine some adamantine today, so maybe... Maybe we should go about doing that. I also need to add a few more dwarves to the military, so... It's frustrated considering the scarcity of chains! I mean... You're also not wrong. How many chains do I have? A couple extras. Let's just make some gold chain. Just make like 30 of them. We'll sort that problem out. I keep forgetting about that. Let's just finish digging down to the bottom. Let's hit the magma sea. I'm sorry, what? Here? I don't know what you mean. But then again, I also don't play D&D, so you could be referencing something, but... Let's carve the up and down staircase. Follows the dwarf. Oh. Hold on a second. Like, frame rate's getting a little low again. I think I may have just figured out why. Yeah, I've got like 600 shells. I really need to set shells to be dumped. Which I think I'm going to do right after this. You know, I swear to God, the several years of spam callers that I've received has, like, made me forget how to speak to people on the phone. Because it's, like... just this... kind of mess at this point where I feel like I should know how to speak to people on the phone, but then whenever I end up actually speaking to a person on the phone, it's like I have to like recalibrate my brain and remind myself that, oh yeah, no, I need to talk to you like I'm just talking to a person. If you speak Welsh, they hang up almost immediately. I mean, the equivalent for here would just be speak to them in Punjabi. Or like Chinese, or one of the various Chinese languages. If you start yelling at them in Mandarin, then yeah, they'd probably get pretty mad at you. Or just call a translator. I think the call centers here need to know that too, but I don't know if random person working at FedEx would. Well, I mean, here it's just there's a very large Punjabi population, so that's got nothing to do with scammers. There's just a lot of immigration from India here. Like, a lot. Just fine, but it just means that, like, sometimes I'll receive phone calls and I'll be like, I'm sorry, ma'am, I can't understand you through your accent. Staples is especially bad for that. I ordered some business cards before I went down to PAX. I had to call back and cancel it, and there was, like, a massive miscommunication between me and them because, like, they couldn't understand me and vice versa. That was fun. I had to get their security guy to answer the phone call because, like, I couldn't understand them and they couldn't understand me. Let's just go to orders. Refuse. Dump shells. Fuck having shells around because those are hurting my frame rate. It's not good, and I'm not a fan. Yeah, no, same. Like we have like there's massive like what's the word I'm looking for here? Programs where it's easy to immigrate here from specific countries, especially if you have like work skills. There's actually like a whole bunch of Microsoft employees that live in my building, all from India, which is kind of interesting. But all showed up relatively recently. I like keep running into them when I'm outside smoking. And people are just like, oh shit, we hit warm stone. Must be at the Magma Sea, which is down here. That's not totally... Yes and no. Canada has a super lax immigration policy until it doesn't. Canada has a super lax immigration policy if you have usable skills. If you're, like, living in the U.S. and you just want to move to Canada because you don't want to live in the U.S. anymore, good luck. But if you're a doctor from India, yeah, no problem. Or a comp sci major or something that has usable skills that aren't super common, then yeah, again, then you're okay. Might as well just mine out this gold. To delete password rising. I mean... you probably should reset your password. Nobody resets their passwords often enough. And that's just kind of a fact. Yeah, no, you base quite literally in order to move to Canada if you're American and immigrate and get citizenship, you have to marry a Canadian. That's literally like the way to do it. Because my older sister was trying to get my I guess brother-in-law into the country for a while, and it basically came down to yeah, you need to get married. If you want to get him into the country, you got to marry the guy. They figured it out. They got married. Let's see. Can we find the Magma Sea? Trying to find lava. We'll see how much we love it. You just need proof of being together? 20 bucks and a witness. Well, then it's gotten easier than it was 2 years ago. Oh, good luck moving to Quebec specifically. I couldn't move to Quebec because my healthcare wouldn't transfer. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Found the cavern, the lava sea, and like what? 1, 2, 3. I think at least 3. 3 adamantine spires. 1, 2, and 3. Wow. We threaded the needle on that. Look at that staircase. That's funny. Completely missed it. We were like just over the right or left. No, we mostly just get drunk American teenagers driving up to get DUIs. At least around here, anyway. American 19-year-olds coming up here because the drinking age is lower. Yeah, then that's changed quite a bit. So do I. Near, so do I. It always perplexes me when people are like, I can't drink. I'm like, you're 20. Although, I'm at the point now where it's like I can never leave Canada because weed's legal. It's like I can't move to a third world country where weed isn't legal. Like if weed isn't legal, I can't go there. Not possible. There's certain luxuries that I've just become accustomed to. But yes, it's literally religion is the thing to blame for that. If you want lag, as big as you want. If you don't want lag, 4x4. The game's designed to run at 4x4. You'll get weird hitching at bigger sizes. That's larger maps. Yeah, sounds like it's worth the process. Delete password. But yeah, if you don't want any stuttering, like the game straight up gives you a warning actually if you try and embark on bigger sizes. Because the game's like, oi, if you experience lag, it's your fault, basically. Don't say we didn't warn you, kind of thing. So we've mined out more gold ore. Cool. That was just kind of a side project discovery. All right, so there's adamantine right there, approximately. That's a big one there. That one's the closest. So let's just... Have I played Soul Ash? Yeah, that game disappointed me on almost every front. It's fine in a lot of ways, and it has some really neat ideas, but the execution of the game as a whole was disappointing, to be nice. Faster clock speed. Like, Dwarf Fortress runs off of 2 cores, right? One for UI and one for the rest of the game. So what you want is you want high CPU clock speed. Like, buying a 4090 isn't going to make DF run better. No, there's like this weirdly fanatical fan base for that game that I don't fully understand here. Like I've spoken over voice chat on a couple occasions with the dev, and there's actually a video on my YouTube channel of me talking with the guy. I think it's really neat. I think it's a solid first attempt at a video game. I think that there was just a lot of design oversights while he was making it, and I think he knows that, and that's why instead of like patching that game too much, he's just making a follow-up, which I think is the right thing to do with that game, but it kind of sucks because, you know, you sold everybody a game for $15 and then, you know, now people are just kind of annoyed that they bought a game for $15 and they're probably gonna have to buy a second game. Which, you know, I don't feel too good about. No, it's got nothing to do with the edgy concept. I mean, there's nothing wrong with just being, I'm an evil elder god, murder everybody! But, like, the act of being an elder god and murdering everybody has to be presented interestingly. And the concept of, like, being an evil god and going around and killing other gods is also a pretty common trope. I mean, see God of War is Exhibit A. It's literally that trope of, like, I'm evil god and I'm going to go kill other evil gods. And I don't think of that as particularly edgy, at least as far as roguelikes go. What's the name of the $15 game? Soul Ash. Yeah, but that game doesn't revel in its edginess in the slightest. Like, it's not like we're talking about, like, fucking, I don't know. Like, you're an elder god, but you're like a cartoon, I'm evil kind of thing. It's like Lobotomy Corporation. It's not like, I don't know. I'm like hesitating to say, it's not like it's RimWorld or something, but like, even RimWorld, like, yes, it's edgy as fuck, but very rare that games actually like revel in their edginess like that. And holy crap, that dwarf had another kid? So, yeah, I don't know. I think it was just a neat idea for a neat game that just didn't deliver on the concept. And I'm looking forward to the sequel, and we'll play the sequel, because the sequel seems to be fixing a lot of those fundamental issues that I had with that game. So this will let us start mining into the edge of this spire. I'm kind of surprised it doesn't go higher than this. Kind of looks like it would, but... All right, let's do some safe adamantine mining. What could possibly go wrong? I mean, come on. Or at least I'm going to do this as safely as I can. We'll mine out this one layer probably, and I'll get maybe a sword or two out of it. Won't be too much, but it'll be something. So the way that you mine through adamantine safely, at least in the current game, I kind of hope that this changes in premium. But the way that you mine through adamantine safely is you smooth it and then fortify it, and then it lets you see what's behind that row of blocks. And doing that, you can mine through things that would normally kill you, potentially, and peek inside and see if they're there. And if they're not, then you just mine through it and you're safe. Sneak around the caverns too. Yeah, I mean, it works just fine for this stuff. I mean, another thing that, like, another exploit that people use is you queue up a big old farm plot, yeah? And then, let's just say, where's the spot where I know the edge of the caverns are but can't see it? There you go. So I can now see that there's the shape of the caverns here without actually seeing it. You can scan and figure out where the caverns are without actually knowing where they are. See? So it's like, let's go down to the bottom layer. Just kind of scan around like this. Oop, blocked. There's something there. So, fun little toy for anybody who may not know. God, so many dwarves are dumping. All these fucking shells. I'm actually going to get rid of this dumping zone. I want them to throw them off the tower. God, there's so many thirsty dwarves. You poor, poor dwarves. They're just running to the top of this fucking volcano and back. Just on repeat. Constantly. Pull the lever for that bridge. Should also check in on my elephant. And pull this lever and do it now. And then we wait and we can gather up all of that as well. Well, let's just watch these dwarves throwing stuff away. Why not? Caged guest? Yeah, that Minotaur is a caged guest. I actually don't know how the cage got into the cavern layers. It's down in the cavern layers. We caught it on the surface. I have no idea how it got down there, but it's in the cavern layers. It's been there for a bit, and I've just been too lazy to go get him. I mean, uninvited guest is maybe my favorite, like, way of describing a horrible monster that wants to murder everybody. It's maybe one of my favorite, like, invading enemy descriptions I've ever seen in a video game. Also, I have a question. Is anybody else here kind of shocked and amazed that Sonic Frontiers isn't absolutely terrible? Like, genuine question. So I'm not the only one? Good. Good to know. Yeah, no, we are throwing out all of these shells. They're literally just going straight up here and then off the edge. Into the lava. Got so much of it. You expected it to be horrific? I mean, it still kind of looks horrific. I mean, I went and watched some streams of it, and the first stream I opened up was Arex's stream. And he was stuck in, like, an infinite repeating cutscene, where if he didn't take part in the QuickTime event, Sonic would fall off the screen, land on the ground, the monster would kick the ground, and it would launch Sonic back up. He would fly up, hover for a second, and then fall down again. There was just this infinite loop of Sonic just got up and left for like 10 minutes. Came back and it was still looping. We just came back with a snack. What's up, Padinsky? How's things? That's exactly how it's intended. Uh-huh. Yo! Show us how to party. You show us how to party. Something, something, Superman that hoe. How you doing, Pablo? What's up? That song fucking sucks. It's impossible for me to see you in chat and not just go, yo! Really loudly. Busy with lots of projects? How dare you be busy with projects other than playing video games on the internet? It sounds like a crime. Bag. Let's make 20 more silk bags. This time of the year with the dog? Yeah. I can't wait for the temperature shock. It's been like at freezing or below freezing for like 2 weeks now. And tomorrow I'm flying to Vegas. That's going to be weird. Started a fortress, but you wanted to mess around in adventure mode. Do you need a new world to play adventure mode without retiring or abandoning your fort? Yes. So what I would actually recommend is just copy, like make a backup, And then go futz around in the same world in adventure mode. Like, clone, just copy paste your world save. Then name it like something backup, and then open up the new copy of the save and play in there for a bit. Man, still so many boulders down here. And there's... See, this is why you shouldn't let your dwarves fish. All of this is mussel shells. This is why you shouldn't let your dwarves fish. Because they will fill your entire fortress up with mussel shells so fucking fast that your frame rate will get noticeably slower. And your refuse piles will fill up. And they won't have anywhere to put them, so they'll just leave them in the stockpile. And then your like different shops will work slower, and it's just a absolute fucking nightmare. It sucks and I hate it. Shellcraft skill go burr. Shellcraft skill is worst craft skill, or one of worst craft skill. Just gotta say it. Never thought mussels were delicious, but you're not gonna yuck someone else's yum. Mussels to me are like, they taste like garlic butter. They're kind of like eating escargot. It's like, it tastes like whatever you put it in. So to me, they generally just kind of taste like butter. Like, oh, it tastes like butter, because that's what they're cooked in. Theoretically, but I'm not going to set up a minecart track in this version of the game, thanks. But you could carry up to 150 of anything in a minecart. 150 dead dragons? Yep. 150, it's like, I think 152 items, actually, I think. Because to me, mussels are literally just like, are just like salty, slightly seafood tasting, easy cargot, which is how I like to pronounce escargot. Don't at me. It's easy cargot. Come on. I'm a cultured person. You wish wheelbarrows would work outside of stockpiles? Then there'd be no reason for minecarts to exist, though. Only 26, 15 hours and something time you left. Yep. The amount of time is getting smaller. Smaller. Smaller every second. It's too slimy for your taste. You need some good seafood, sir. Seafood ain't slimy. There's no crab season this fall? Why is there no crab season? No, I just need to make sure these shells are set to dump. Then they'll just automatically run them down to the tower and toss them. Wake me up when November ends. Sorry. Natural response. Yeah, they're auto-dumping them into lava now, which is why they're all doing this. To answer your question, Gru. You can set them in the orders menu to auto-dump under the refuse settings, so you can auto-dump shells. Well, that's kind of disturbing. Frogfire. I'm kind of sad. Making more gold chains. Shells into armor? No. You can make them into crafts. But I could also make crafts out of the gold that I have, and I'd rather use that. So you can make them into crowns and like necklaces and jewelry and shit. They canceled the crab harvest in Alaska? Huh. That must have like not been great for that one show on History Channel. I mean, like, you could mod the game pretty easily to make armor out of shells, but I don't think it would make for particularly good armor. Are in a rather sorry state. Yep. You could say that again. Kind of love looking at the little splashes. Look at that. Splashes in the lava. You're part of the problem here, Dwarf. Sea dwarves to the rescue. Well, perhaps. All right, so we're making more bags. How are we doing for blocks? It's a decent amount of blocks. I'm just kind of annoyed that there are a lot of blocks, not enough blocks. You stop fishing, you fuck. Speaking of someone who definitely didn't stop fishing when I told him to. How you doing, Cormacker? Nothing. Are you excited to, like, be assimilated into the fold of Dwarf Fortress on the 6th of December, 2022? Also known as Finish's Independence Day. Actually, what are other important things that happen on the 6th of December? Important events on the 6th of December. Okay. Important historical events on November 6th. Someone named Bella the First was crowned the King of Hungary. Some philosopher was born. Robert Schumann's Fourth Symphony in D premiered on the 6th of December in 1841. Oh no, Abraham Lincoln orders the hanging of 39 Santee. I butcher this. 39 natives. That's good. What else has happened on the 6th of December? In 1877, Thomas Edison recorded himself saying, "Mary had a little lamb." We detected an atmosphere on Venus. In, what year was that? 1882? Wow. China voted for universal human rights. What else happened on the 6th of December? I give up. There's a lot of bad things that happened on the 6th of December. Yeah, it's St. Nick's Day for certain parts of the world. And random Canadian families with Dutch heritage like mine. Legends mode for real life. Yeah, well. Alright, let's see. Take a peek at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So... I want to go one smaller. There's bound to be a lot of bad things. Yeah, well, once the list starts getting depressing, it's like, all right, that's when I turn it off. What will I put inside it? I've already put stuff inside the pyramid. It's got 3 glass towers that shower magma on unsuspecting invaders. I'll show you that after I'm finished with this history doom scrolling. That's just called the, like, library. As we go further this way. Also, Cormacker, since you're in my chat, has the developer of Manor Lords slept in the last month? Just making sure that you're doing your monthly check-in to make sure that he's not dead. I wouldn't want a fellow Greg dying of sleep deprivation for working on too many game. Too much game? Baron and Mayor is demanding a decent dining room. Is it their personal dining room or just the main one? They want a dining room assigned to them. So you could assign them a table in the general one and make it like kind of an open space design, but you'd need like a section of it to be more valuable than the rest and assigned to them. You need to assign them a table, basically. I usually just make them a separate room, but you could... like pretty up their bedroom a whole bunch and just put a table in there and give them that table. But basically they want a table specifically assigned to them. And they want the value to be higher. just hide in his window and shoot a tranq dart if he works for too long. Like, calm down, man. Take a nap. You'll be fine. To be fair, sometimes I feel the same way about Tarn. He seems to, like, post sometimes where he's just like, yeah, I went into a strange mood, and anyway, I did, like, 3 months of work in a weekend. It's like, I'm sorry, what? Like, made more progress in 5 days than I did last month. Okay. I don't know how you did that, but something's off on my math here. Yeah, and Tarn's been doing it for like 20 years. Sometimes worries me a little bit. Sometimes you have to exfiltrate the vision from your brain. So you're saying like just like an artistic vision? Is that what you mean when you say artistic, like vision? Only there were more projects like DF? There's at least a dozen. I mean, like there's open source projects that are similar levels of bonkersness. You know, like Cataclysm's a recent one. NetHack is a longer time one. I mean, there's games like I would argue that something like Vintage Story is kind of a similar level of passion project where it's just one developer making a game on their website. I would say stuff like Star Sector is also kind of a similar-ish thing. Where it's just been one dev working on it for forever and ever, forever. They've been working on it. No, I mean, like, these are examples of a person that's working on a game, right? Star Sector is one crazy person. Like, Dwarf Fortress is largely 2 people. Let's see, there's, like, Caves of Cud, which is, I guess, technically 4 people. But has largely been 2 people. I don't know how big the Project Zomboid team is, but yeah, Project Zomboid's another example. Songs of Six is a good one. Yeah. Diamond, do you sleep well? Yeah, because Songs of Six is just Jake and then the community guy that I think he pays in peanuts. I mean, I would say RimWorld, but RimWorld kind of stopped being that in 2016. Which, oddly enough, was when I started to dislike the game. But, so yeah, no, not RimWorld. RimWorld's largely made by a team now. I mean, Terraria? I think there's an argument to be made for Terraria in that discussion. I would also say something like Faith, the Unholy Trinity, is largely just a game made by one crazy person, but, like, it's not going to be updated indefinitely, right? Trying to think of games that specifically fit that could be worked on for forever. Odd Realm could be that kind of thing if it continues to get funding. Unreal World, yeah, actually, Unreal World is a really good example. I mean, Tome isn't too dissimilar either, because it's just Dark God's project, right? Isn't Terraria done? It's getting another patch. So it's been done for like, what, 5 years or something? So yeah, no, they're still working on Terraria. Aurora 4X has similarities, but Aurora 4X doesn't actually give a shit if you play it. Aurora 4X is a game made by a dude who doesn't actually care if people play it and would prefer that they didn't. Aurora 4X is made by an interesting individual, I'll say. Of course, like, there's an argument to be made for, like, SS13. I never played Alter Eon, so I don't know. Oh, Ilona Plus, regardless of what you think of it, is a similar thing, because that's just made by one crazy dude. And they're apparently working on another project. I mean, that's the only game where you can roleplay as a Cupid prostitute. That I know of, anyway. I mean, maybe there's more. But Under the Mad Mountain? What? I don't even know what that is. Trying to think of the name of that game. Keeper RL, I would say, is another one. I would also say that something like Jupiter Hell is too, but Jupiter Hell is less of a, oh, that's a forever project, and more of a, that game was in development hell for a long time, because, like, they started working on that game in, what, 2008, and it came out in 2021? So, like, you know, yeah, I don't know. There's quite a few examples of games like that. I want to say that Project Zomboid's like 5 or 6 people now. But I don't know. Project Zomboid is actually a game that frustrates me with how slow its development is, which is funny because I played Dwarf Fortress. I'm also not familiar with that one. Oh, games made by crazy people. I would state that the Conquest of Elysium / whatever their other franchise is called is pretty close to that. The Illwinter guys, because that's just 2 people. The Dominions and Conquest of Elysium games. Dominions, yeah, that's it. That's a series of games made by a crazy person. Or 2 crazy people. But instead of, like, just updating the same game, they put out a new game once every 5 years in each series that's basically just like an expansion pack for the last one. Yeah, Space Pirates and Zombies dev, though, hasn't... okay, first off, Space Pirates and Zombies developer went to my friend's high school. Second, is now working on Clan Folk. So, also they put out Space Pirates and Zombies and Space Pirates and Zombies 2. And since then, they've just been working on Clan Folk. Also, nobody liked nobody likes Spaz 2, so. You should learn to play it someday. Dominions is not as bad as it looks. The problem with Dominions is that it's infinitely... Maybe not infinitely. It's possible to over-automate it to the point where you don't need to play the game anymore. So, like, the end game of Dominions is just basically programming your armies which stops being fun to me very quickly. It just gets monotonous. I do really like the Conquest of Elysium games, though, because they're like that minus the automation side, which is a lot more fun to me. Clanfolk's neat, and Cormacker's not biased at all to Clanfolk. I just activated Core by saying Clanfolk twice. Should say Terra Invicta next, and then he might just fly through the ceiling. Still waiting for Falling Frontier. What? Crazy people make great games? Yeah. I'm trying to think of like... Oh, I don't know if Mashinki's really falls into the same thing, but that is just one dude making a train game. I, too, am waiting on Astronauts to be more finished. The tutorial made you angry? Really? Huh. Interesting. Yeah, no, Cormacker works at Hooded Horse. So, the publisher of that game. It was a whole book of no info at all. I mean, I took one look at that game and went, yeah, not for me. I'm good. Like, this game will have an audience and it's not me. That was my take on Terra Invicta. It's like, this game looks incredible. I have no interest. Practice a craft. Okay, you want to practice martial art. You dream of mastering a skill. Crippling shyness. Never becomes angry. Deeply uncomfortable by the differences in appearance or culture. Friendly. Trusting those brave. Fearful in the face of imminent danger. Dang it. Dwarf would have done fine. You like to brawl. Has a sense of duty. Conflicted by this. Abstract stuff. Okay. You go, join the military, please. Quit fishing like some weirdo. What? I mean, if you're working with a license, I wouldn't really put it in the same category, I guess. Actually, not so finished is more self-sustaining. The world kind of dies after you play a few wrecks. Oh, really? Yeah, I've had Astronauts since day one when it first launched on Steam in early access. And I remember installing it and then realizing that all of the actually how to play the game information was in a PDF file and went, all right, I will give this 2 years. I still kind of feel like I'm going to give it another 2 years. It's kind of how I felt about that game since then. A fast-paced life is somewhat fearful. He's got an active imagination. Not particularly interested in what others think of him. Okay, he'll do fine in the military. Ahoy, Darren. How was you? Oh, it was a fan project? Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't count fan projects because those things are destined to be shut down. Like, literally destined to be shut down. But yeah, I don't know. When it comes to, like, endlessly updated, absurdly deep, crazy people games made by crazy people, there's quite a few of them. The problem is a lot of them just eventually get sucked into the, we need to be sold to people. I'm receiving another phone call. Hold up. I feel like an asshole sometimes. But, like, this person calls me. They're like, hello, we're calling from TELUS Mobility. And I'm like, okay. And they go, I'm sorry? I'm like, I'm just confused by all the marketing emails or marketing phone calls today. She's like, what do you mean? I'm like, this is the 4th marketing phone call I've received today. Why are you calling me? She goes, okay, bye. It's like, I'm not with TELUS. Don't use TELUS Internet. I haven't used TELUS Internet in years. Don't have any TELUS services. Why the fuck is TELUS calling me? I don't care if you're actually TELUS. Why the fuck are you calling me? Stop it. But Shinryon, you have a good night. Cheers. Yeah, I don't know. I'm always like afraid to talk about games like that and like fan projects like that because I always assume that like if they actually get traffic, they'd just be shut down. So I'm always scared to even talk about games like that, especially if it's one that I like, and there are some out there that I like. To sell houses you never owned? I know a few people who've been getting those recently, and those also confuse the shit out of me, dude. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Question is this perfectly spherical? 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so it is perfectly spherical. So basically I need to put it in the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24. I have 24. Well, see, here's the thing. Like, I used to know a guy that there was this guy I used to work with, right? And he was a psychopath. You know what he ended up doing for a living by the end of his, like, the time that I knew him? Worked in crime scene cleanup. He cleaned up bodies that got run over by cars and shit. That's a job for a psychopath. And that's a job for a sociopath. Cold calling is a job for somebody who, like, doesn't have enough experience in anything and is desperate. Two days late for a... Wait, hold on. Reminds me if you miss a payment for Capital One and they send you a literal day after 10 calls from them. Really? I don't believe I've ever actually had that happen. I don't believe I've ever received a phone call from a bank saying you missed a payment. I've always been under the opinion that they want you to miss payments so that they make money. But maybe I'm incorrect here. I have a minimum. Oh, true. I guess the only credit cards I've ever had have been linked to a bank account through a bank directly, not through a separate company. Every time they try, yeah. No, my credit card has a maximum of $1,500, and it's just that high so that I can book hotels sometimes. Sometimes I need to book like a flight and a hotel and a flight all on the same bill, and it's like, well, I need like $1,500 for that. You know, Twitch keeps on sending me these emails and ping notifications saying, join streamer advice sessions with it's Hafu. And it's like, sure, Hafu's great, but like, I don't need to like take a day off streaming because you happen to organize these all during my stream hours. But that's good. Don't let those credit card companies make money. Although they probably are making money off of you somewhere. Just not off of, you know, payments. They make money off of you in other ways. Data, data, data. Data, data, data. Okay, we pause. While we wait, most of these dwarves are actually finally back to socializing. It's actually kind of funny. The frame rate has straight up gone up. How's the body parts count doing now? Looks like it's in the 20s. That's what we need. That's much better. Apparently I've got like random teeth in the fort. Bunch of hungry head teeth and various other teeth. I'm gonna just get rid of all these. There we go. Yeah, I'm not a fan of credit cards, but at this point in my life, they're kind of a necessary evil. Well, I know where they came from, but I thought that those teeth had been dispatched of, but apparently not. So, turns out. Open the envelope and go, oh, this card. Put it in a drawer unactivated. Yeah, I mean, I use mine, but I have a second one from a different bank that's kind of like that. Where I go, ah, this exists. And then I put it, I do activate it, and then I put it in a drawer and I forget that I have it. This is going to be more... Why can't I find my diorite blocks? Or rather, no, this needs to be diorite. I guess I could use iron. How is the number getting stolen? Does it okay, do you not know how to spoof credit card numbers? If you're actually asking that question, then you need to like realize that me as a 10-year-old was spoofing credit card numbers successfully. So how's it getting stolen? Idiots on the internet. Somebody trying to pay for Xbox Live, probably. Don't admit to committing crimes on the internet, chat. Don't be like me. Yeah, but you don't always generate valid format credit cards. Sometimes you get real ones. But... Like I said, it's not hard. Just remember how I said, do not admit to crimes that you've committed on the internet. I'm not going to admit to any crimes, so I'm not going to elaborate. But it's not hard. There's a reason all that money's insured and they replace those cards so quickly. I think I've used all my glass because I'm not seeing it. Gold, brass, I'm not going to elaborate though, so don't make me. But it's not hard. All right, do I want to do a different color on the inside? Do red and gold. Let's do red and gold. How's it going? It was going great until a certain chat member here tried to make me admit to crimes. But it's fine. How's things, Trevor? For me or you, Frog? Because I know what the answer is for you, and it's always nap. You've jaywalked? I have 12 tickets for jaywalking. The funny thing about jaywalking is it's not a crime anywhere in the world except for fucking Canada and the States. Thanks, car companies. Making walking in public spaces illegal. Assholes. 12, yes. All from my time when I was commuting. Because I had a bus that I had to catch at 8:15, and I would leave here at 7:45, and it's about a 40-minute walk to where that bus stop was. So I would end stream at 7:45, and I would literally sprint out the door and cross those four-lane streets. I mean, I was good. I always made it to the bus on time. Except for when the cops pulled me over. Assholes. It's impressive. Well, at least I have one high score in my life. My favorite, like, stupid that's impressive was somebody I saw on the Alberta subreddit relatively recently who stated that they've managed to they've managed to contract COVID-19 7 times. I remember just looking at that and like doing the math in my head and just going, man, that's like every 3 months. And someone's like, man, that must be some sort of world record. Like basically saying it's like get vaccinated because this shit sucks was basically what the post was about. But it's just, I was just reading, I was like, how? I still kind of feel that way. It's like, how? Must have messed up the immune system. Yeah, something's fucked up there. But, yeah. You've been lurking your whole shift? Well, I hope you had a good shift. How was the control and alt while you were at it? I'm actually kind of surprised that Sticky Keys hasn't popped up for you yet since you've been lurking the whole shift. It's been hours. You must have disabled it. Smart move, frankly. Useless piece of outdated Windows features. Like most Windows features, frankly. Anyway. Have a safe travels home. So either somebody is like sticking a vibrator in a light socket above me or they're drilling. In my mind, they're sticking a vibrator in a light socket because that's kind of what it sounds like. It's like, brrrr. It's like the worst, like, pretty sure they're just drilling something. You don't want to risk jaywalking 4 people ran over in the past year in a road near you? Well, that's terrifying. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, between here and the bus stop where I'm at, just so that I don't sound as crazy as I probably just sounded, there's like multiple lights that take forever to change on that road, so it's very easy to like run across to the island in the middle because there's no cars for like 400 meters, and then you run down the island in the middle, and then you check your shoulder until there's nobody coming in the other direction, then you jump across again. The problem is people just run across because there's trees in the middle, so they just sprint across this one road. And they get smacked when they come out the other side. As long as you're like looking both ways, it's quite safe actually. As far as jaywalking and places that I've jaywalked, but they weren't a fan, so got me in trouble. Nobody's yelling, don't stop. Nope, can't hear any voices, just drill sounds. Like actually, if you want to properly replicate this sound, take a small plastic device that vibrates and put it in a bathtub. That's what it sounds like. An empty bathtub. That's what it sounds like coming from it. I'm assuming they're drilling something. They must be like hanging up shelving or something. Oh, true. Actually, it could be a phone ringing in a bathtub or on a hard floor. It could be that, actually. But it's like, Not really in that. It's like a bzzz, and it stops. Maybe it's like an alarm or something. Yeah, it could be a phone vibrating. I used to build these little robots from a kit that were powered by like the same motors that make your phone vibrate. They were kind of neat. They're fun toys. Good times. All right, let's go around the edge here. Plop glass down there. This is the beginnings of the Steam logo, by the way. So this is going to end up being by the time it's done. Your wife is trying to exercise by using your feet or something? Well, best of luck exercising. You know, honestly, I recommend one of these. Standing desk. Because then you can pretend to be healthy while standing at your computer. All right, well. Think of the Jeffrey Dahmer movie. Wait, the movie or the 10-part series? Or the one of the many documentaries? Like, just like that opening sequence when he's just like, there's just a lady just sitting in the room and you just hear like the weird saw sounds. And it's just him with like it's like a turkey knife. It's like, yeah. Dahmer is a fascinating character. I'll say that much. How everything can go wrong in a human psyche, like just crammed into one man. Okay, maybe not everything. Most things. Vast majority of things can go wrong in one person's mind. Well, that's one way to start adventure mode. Had a forgotten beast invade your fortress and decimated your fort. Abandoned the fort as I wasn't set up to deal with the aftermath. Learned lesson hospital is important. Yep. So wait, now you're going to go start adventure mode? Should go back to your fortress and go look at the remnants. I'm just I'm one of the many people who's weirdly obsessed with, like, serial killers. Because Snap, Cat, Crackle, and Pop did nothing wrong. But no, seriously, like, I'm way too entertained by serial killer media. I just find their psychology to be fascinating. It also helps that I like horror films and stuff, and so, like, serial killer and true crime stuff just kind of fits into that pretty well. Although, if you ever want to be weirdly entertained, morbidly entertained, look up John Wayne Gacy. Because, John Wayne Gacy's a entertaining, terrifying person. Like, dude was a fucking manager of multiple KFCs. And also had, like, a habit of killing young boys. He was a very strange person. All right, where are we going with this? It was the Chicken Man. Literally like a real-life version of, like, the bad guy in Breaking Bad. Whatever his name is. What am I doing with these? 2, and then 1. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so let's... Gus Fring. Yes, that guy. Minus the, like, rampant drugs part. I'd stick to documentaries and true crime podcasts generally. BBC has done a couple really good one-off series on serial killers. My YouTube is pretty strictly gaming-oriented stuff. All right, well, let's just let them work on more materials, but that's the very, very start of my Steam logo. We're gonna do it in red and then gold for the actual, like, whatever the icon is for Steam. Molecule or whatever. But we need more other things first, so we can fill this up with red, I think? Yes, we can. So I can do one more piece of diorite here and then go through the center with red. You're gonna try and find your fort. Do you know what faction you were a part of? Because if you settled close to your faction, you could try and be close-ish to your faction. But keep in mind, adventure mode is finicky and clunky as fuck. It's cool as hell, but it is definitely takes some getting used to. In the same way that fortress mode takes some getting used to. But hey, at the very least, you don't need to, you know, retire your fortress. You can just give it some time and fiddle around for a bit now. Gonna try and find the closest spawn location from the faction that you were part of. Yeah, no, that's generally the best thing to do. But keep in mind, if there's a forgotten beast there, especially if it's still alive, it's probably still there. So just keep that in mind. It's probably still there. You shall return. Well, this makes me, I don't know, happy? Anyway, I don't know how to function with that emotion. It sparks joy. Can we bring that meme back? Marie Kondo is actually one of the few things in the last 5 years that's made me unironically very happy. What time does it drop? What, Dwarf Fortress? Not only do we know the exact time, but there's a 24/7 countdown timer. So 26 days, 14 hours, 33 minutes, and 45 seconds. I think it's 1400 hours UTC. Which is 7 a.m. my time. Took about 40 dwarves to do it. Oh, about 2/3 of your pop died out? Oh, okay. Wait, so then the fortress didn't die. Yeah, unless they change the time, but 1400 hours UTC. Which is like, I think, when the workday at the Kit Fox office starts. I think that's why it's that time. All right. Gold. Gold bars. And then red. Red, 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 red. Our Bloodthorn. Glass all the way to the end. Just let that be constructed. But why do you ask, Core? Doc was killed, didn't feel like slugging through that recovery. Ah, true. I'll just say, like, the way the game works right now, I don't know how experienced with Dwarf Fortress you are, but the way the game works right now is recovering from stuff like that isn't that difficult. This fortress got attacked by a forgotten beast that breathes, or no, a titan, actually, that breathes fire. And we went from, it was like 140 dwarves down to like 50. And we recovered. Like, we're back up to, 180. So we've had some pretty catastrophic deaths. There should be a stream tomorrow morning, assuming I wake up in time. If I can get my ass out of bed by 6 in the morning, there will be a stream tomorrow. And I will stream right up until Kit Fox starts their stream. And then I will be hanging out in their chat for 30 minutes to an hour and then gonna go catch a plane. So there will probably be an early morning long death stream tomorrow. Because honestly, I should put some more time into this. I'm kind of curious to see how long it takes before this thing starts to look like the Steam logo. It's going to take a little bit, but... Okay, so that's just going to go flat. Kit Farks. Uh-huh. I'm sorry. It's been a long day. He says that, but he's only been live for 6.5 hours. Don't push yourself. I can't confirm or deny whether or not I will push myself, but we'll see when we see it. Cheers, dude. Put in beard jewelry for dwarf look, and if you can like braid your beard, I'm not entirely sure how like braidable your beard is, but if you could like double braid your beard, people would be very, very happy. Actual dwarf, play Dwarf Fort. And also just, like, learn how to speak basic dwarf would also go a long way. Words are, like, when I accidentally called somebody ugly the other day, even though I meant to say that they're all good, but then, like, I went and listened back to the way I said it and the angle that I was at the microphone, and it did sound like I said the word ugly, even though I definitely said all good. But I was, like, really tired and had been awake for too long. Kind of still feel bad about that one, actually. I didn't mean to call you ugly, I fucking swear. Jeez. There's a dwarf language in this? Yeah, it's relatively functional. Relatively. Yeah, there's not only dwarven languages, there's... the dwarves have their a language, the elves have a language, and the humans have a language, to the point where, like, you'll see a dwarf show up and you'll be like, you're not from around here, because they have an elf name and stuff like that. Like, you realize that you've played too much Dwarf Fortress when you start recognizing the differences in the languages in people's names. That's the plan, Trevenair, staying safe and having fun and stuff. I have health insurance, so. But, yeah, hopefully you do, Accident. That would be fun. It'll literally just be like Kit Fox stream waiting room. That's all it'll be. Trying to, like, remember a line from Scott Pilgrim versus the World now, Trevor, that you've said that have fun and stuff. It's like, we're Sex Bomb and we're here to rock out and get mad and stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4. I should reread those books. I have them all. We're here to be loud and get mad and stuff. You know, that's the line, I think. If I recall correctly. So 2 up. So just normal-ass gold bars. It's been a long time since I've done any pixel arty stuff in Dwarf, and the reason I kind of never do it is because it almost always just ends with me, like, very methodically and slowly building a thing, and chat getting really bored. But, you know, this is a special occasion. If I'm gonna put a Steam logo on the roof of any of my forts, it's gonna be this one. It just makes sense, you know? Even though it's nowhere near as good as Q-Post, but I try. Oh, also, if you hear this, ever, Core? That's Tarn's verbal description of how the kobolds speak, which is a randomly generated contextual language, which changes based on the context of the situation and what they're trying to communicate. So their language is literally just the controlled chaos of constant gibberish. And the way the language is generated is based on how Zach and Tarn used to talk to their cats when they were kids. Just shouting random words at them that aren't actual words. Which, by the way, is a little factoid that I learned about this video game and is an exclusive to my interviews, to the point where I'm mentioned in the wiki underneath that section. Because I asked them, how the heck did you come up with how the kobolds speak? Because they literally speak just gibberish. They're not the only race in the game, though, with randomly generated language. The angels also have randomly generated language. But unfortunately, the angels' language isn't very common to see because you can only really find them in adventure mode. And even then, good luck getting one to talk to you. I'll put it that way. Usually you just die. And don't really have much time to look at them speak or listen to them while they speak. So usually you're just splat if you've encountered angels. Have you ever played Dwarf Fort before, Core? I know that there's like a lot of people that are just like jonesing to try it, but angels don't like dwarves? Well, I mean, really, if you think about it, what's the difference between a demon and an angel? One was just decided was good by God. But they're both evil. Although you can enslave demons, or you can enslave the monster that commands the angels. But you need their true name. But that's something. That's something else entirely. Just don't mind me. Spoilers. Coffee. Coffee good. This will start to look more like a Steam logo eventually, I swear. Especially once I start building the little sphere in the middle. Tried it way back in time and you were overwhelmed and dropped it because small core was dumb as fuck. Oh yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I know what you mean. Honestly, like, there's some people who seem to think that I've just been playing this game nonstop for a decade, and it's like, I mean, to a degree, but not really true. I think everybody who plays Dwarf Fortress kind of bounced off it a half dozen times before they actually got into it. Unless you're like the one superhero chat member out there who, you know, played it the first time, figured it all out, and thought the game was super easy. In which case, then, like... How goes the pyramid? So I'm working on the roof, and we're putting a Steam logo on the roof, which I'm doing in red and gold. So this is going to take a little bit. But, you know, we're working on it. One line at a time. I could start on the other side, but I don't feel like counting the entire circumference of it. So I'm going to basically do half of it, and then I can start working on the other side. But, yeah, we're building a Steam logo on top. So it's slow going, but I mean, it's not recognizable yet, but, I mean, it's going to be in a moment, I think. Once the gold part starts to look like the Steam logo, it's going to be a little better. Massive pyramid? Yes. Speaking of, I don't know, other crazy massive projects, how you doing, Gleno? How's things? Looks like I'm going to be doing a early stream tomorrow and then raiding Kitfox at 11. But I'm not going to have any time to make any videos out of a stream that they do. So hopefully she doesn't show anything new or exciting that we haven't seen before, because I will have like an hour to watch and then I have to just F off and leave. Go catch a plane. But it's going to be a really interesting Tarn talk, now that I'm thinking about it. The reason it's going to be an interesting Tarn talk is because when I return, I will be doing my normal streams. And I think I'm going to be making an appearance on the official stream that Alexandra's doing that day of the Tarn talk, which is kind of neat. So we'll be streaming on the Kitfox channel, then streaming on my channel, and then talking to Tarn. So I'm going to have, like, not quite hands-on, but as close as you can get. So should be a fun chat, I would say. Looking forward to it. 17th is going to be an interesting day. Sounds like good fun. It'll be interesting, Psycho. Also, welcome to the stream, by the way. Hello. Onyx, what up? It's good to see you. But yeah, tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific and 2 p.m. Eastern, Kitfox Games is going to be streaming Dwarf Fortress Premium on their Twitch channel. So, Kleno can shout them out if he wants. Or I could. I also started playing DF in 2009. Yeah, exactly. No, that's basically the same as me, Alden. It's like, I started playing DF. I first stumbled upon the existence of this video game in 2009. I wouldn't say I actually properly played it until like 2017. I'm starting to see it. Starting to show up. Well, I mean, you could just type in /shoutout Kitfox Games, which is much easier. Which, well, actually, I'll let you do it. If you just type in /shoutout Kitfox Games, it'll put a big old follow button at the top of the stream. All right. One, two, three, four. Okay, so 4. Oh yeah, we got lots of space down here, geez. You had Kitfox tab open already? Well. I mean, it doesn't cure depression, but makes the days easier if you play video games. At least for me. But, I don't know. I've dealt with depression on and off for the vast majority of my life, Onyx, and all I can say is, I agree. Fucking sucks. The worst part about it is it doesn't get better. It just, you just kind of learn to tolerate it at a point. But I hope you're doing okay, man. If you need to vent, you're allowed to do that. I don't really have any issues with that. But yeah, I mean, like there's some days when my depression will be so bad, it's like I even streaming is difficult. But you know, I gotta do the thing. Gotta show up and be there for other people. But, you know. Oh, also, we got the 24/7 release timer running on one of my community members' servers, Aqua, and some Jay Henning from the chat animated this, so maybe we can get an animated background for it soonish, which looks awesome. Playing games is difficult. Yeah. I don't know about like what gets you through the day, but on my days off when I'm not streaming and I don't feel good about doing anything really, my favorite thing to do is just go sit in a public space. Like usually I go to the coffee shop that's up the street from me, which is just a normal ass cafe. Order coffee and then just sit outside and maybe a biscuit or something and just sit outside and watch people come and go. Just being in a public space for me helps a lot, which is actually why the pandemic was so fucking dangerous for me, because I was like unable to just go be in public spaces, which is like, well, if that's like your only real relief from like isolation depression, it's like, well, it was a long couple of years, to put it nicely. Still pre-unwind? Gotcha. You know. I'm in work mode right now, so everything's just go, go, go. But I forget that other people have real jobs. I do genuinely forget that sometimes. Like, someone will like ask me something and I'll just be like, yeah, I can do that. And they're like, how? It's like, oh, because I forget other people have real jobs. Let's go join their Discord server, and I don't know what a Yule special is. Daily checkbox lists help a lot with tons of easy tests to just put check marks on, like made bad check, brush teeth check. Oh, like, so wait, hold on. You're asking about special and then talking about depression in the same sentence, I think? I mean, I have no idea. If you mean like as part of Dwarf Fortress's release, I would be surprised. I will also actually be surprised if DF has a day one sale. I very much don't expect them to do that. Okay, we're got 2,000 beer. We're good. Those gold bars are heavy. Those dwarves are moving slow. Jeez. No, there isn't. It's bad old jokes. Considering, like, it's irrelevant and unnecessary, Psycho. Yeah, so the floor tiles are made of green glass, and then the red is bloodthorn, well, I guess the gray is just diorite, and then the gold is gold. Maybe. We are building a Steam logo on the top of this. It seemed proper, truly. But how's things, Navy? Diorite is what we need. If you haven't yet, Navy, follow Kit Fox, because tomorrow they're doing a stream of premium. Whoa! Or that. Good to see you too. I'm awake now. Chat, can I get a big round of beers? Because Navy did a thing. That just, yeah, okay. So he made me hit my sub goal. All right, well, so sub goal means I have to gift somebody a sub. So if you're not subbed to the channel, if you dodged that, raise your hand and then I'll gift you a sub. All right? So if you are not subbed to the stream right now, the first person I see who isn't subbed will be gifted a sub. And I'm going to up this to, I don't know, an even-ish number. Anybody not? Okay, Core dodged that? Wow, you've got superpowers. Here, I'll gift it anonymously. There you go. Because then it'll hype train it. How's it going? Pretty good. Sketchy, and yourself? Pretty good, Sketchy. How's things? Anyway, where was I? Right. Yes, I was working on this. Yeah, I'm all right. I'm excited. Lots of things are happening at once. Tomorrow's going to be exciting. Chat's currently exciting. In less than a week, Tarn's going to join me again, and I just got confirmation as well that Tekid's probably going to be joining us again, which is also exciting. So that'll be nice. And, you know, Dwarf Fortress is out in a couple weeks, which is exciting. So it's been pretty good. I get to go on vacation tomorrow. Your work stresses you out currently, although it's a chill job. You only work 4 to 6 hours a day, and you only drive a car most of the time, but getting up 5 days a week is too much for you. Could possibly go part-time? Although technically you already are part-time with only 4 to 6 hours a day. But I don't know. That's... I don't know. I'm not a therapist, but it sounds like you need a solution. And for me, that usually is talking to somebody. I hate therapy. Fucking hate therapy. But I've gone through therapy a couple of times. As for Yule, I mean, I know what Yule is. It was like I'm familiar with the celebration of Yule, but I was just kind of like wondering out loud what you meant by Yule celebration. Like, is there a Steam sale or something? But I mean, if you want to ask them, like, just join their Discord and ask them. Like, I wouldn't be able to speculate on that sort of thing. Let's do 2 red and 2 red. But as always, Navy, you continue to blow my mind. Speaking of Navy, since you're here, we actually got those new emotes that we unlocked a while ago, which apparently I don't have access to currently. What? Which is odd. Hold up. Let me refresh my chat. Why don't I have access to my own emotes? There we go. Now I do. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got some new emotes. There we go. I'm excited to gift DF keys to folks at the launch and spread the love. It's going to be interesting. Although I find that, like, Steam makes gifting games to certain regions. As somebody who's in Canada, Steam makes gifting games to some regions very difficult these days, which makes me kind of sad. Because they just immediately accuse you of, like, trying to rip off the studio, which kind of sucks. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. But yeah, those are the new emotes that we have now. I think that the I need to maybe take the gremlin one to the drawing board just a little bit because it's a bit too detailed, I think. Where did those emotes come from? Cooler's imagination. I'm a fire in my labor. getting a phone call. 1 second.
Crypt Bear.
This couldn't be at a less opportune time, but Amazon is leaving a package on my patio and saying that they're just going to walk away because, like, someone needs to come get it and fuck this delivery company. I will be back. Behave yourselves. Thanks, Raz, by the way. No! No!
Cheese for everyone! Heal, damn it.
What did you do, Ray? I mean, it's clearly not the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. I know that much. A few, yeah. How did you dodge that, Sigil? What the fuck? Let me fix that. Well, there's the hookers and blow budget for Vegas, I guess. Anyway, Navy, thanks for the 100 gift subs. You're fucking phenomenal. And Raz, thanks for the 10,000 bits. Whitcode, thank you very much for the 22nd month resub. Frog for Hire, thanks for the $1. Navy, you're crazy. Frog for Hire with $2 more, and Onyx with the $3. Apparently there's a Forgotten Beast there. It's got webs. And I think that's a layer that we don't have access to. Maybe I could catch it. Could I have another one? Perhaps? I mean, it's an enormous humanoid composed of ash. We should catch him. I had to make the joke. Well, I mean, I didn't, but I did. I don't know if it's obvious, but my brain's a little gone right now. This always happens. Like, whenever, like, the levels of kindness get this kind of bananas, my brain ceases to function just slightly. So, yeah, like, some streamers, like, break down and cry and shit. And then there's me where I forget how my mouth works, you know? Like, I cease to be able to speak coherently. And I'm amazed that I'm still able to talk right now. So, yeah, that's about it. So this Forgotten Beast is here. Blind is stupefied. Sure, yes. I'm doing a great job of the I'm impressed that I am. Okay, so we don't actually have access to this layer. I discovered it, and then we dug around it. Not how to streamer, but I do certainly forgets. Well, I mean, we've made friends with one. It's my pet. It's this lovely little elephant right here who shoots webs at my dogs. Sounds weird when I say it that way. It shoots webs at my dogs, and then we make those webs into cloth, and it's very valuable clothing. It's all the rage. Very fashionable. But... So, I did gift another sub to Sigil. We're at 569 subs. I don't know. What do I even up the goal to? Like, I've just... That's fucking... Hail Satan, I suppose. Nothing like wearing Eldritch Horror evening wear. I mean, it's not Eldritch Horror evening wear. It's cloth made from the webs dispensed by an Eldritch Horror, okay? I don't know. I think that you are degrading the fashionability of wearing the webs dispensed by a elder beast of nightmares and death. More locks. Nightmare silk gowns? Sure. Chat room, thank you very much for the very big hype train. Navy, thanks for gifting. What was the total there? 127? 127? It was 127 subs. That, you know, it's really bad at recording the all-time record because the all-time record was actually higher than that. But thank you very much for the $109 in bits and 129 subs. You fucking mad lads. Well, it was 27 and then 100. He did 27 first. So in total, it was 127 subs. Holy fuck sticks? Yes. I mean... Yeah, 127. Holy fuck sticks indeed. Let's just do gold up to there. I kind of have an idea of what I'm building. You know, the first time I ever heard the word fuck stick... This is a sentence. The first time I ever heard the word fuck stick was while playing Ubisoft's Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Wildlands. There's this one character, not playable character in that game, who's obsessed with calling people fuck stick for some reason. And I don't get it. It's like, come here, fuck stick. Just constantly. It's like, why is everybody a fuck stick? I'm so confused. But anyway. Like, I remember I said that my brain forgets how to speak. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Next is the pixel. I don't know if I have enough. I might have enough. If I have enough space up here, sure, why not? I need to find my gold. I know I got lots of it, and I probably just flew past it. I'll find it eventually. There it is. 3. That can be Bloodthorn. That can be Bloodthorn. I mean, oddly enough, I'm probably not even going to buy weed in Vegas. But, yes. I mean, you missed my joke earlier when I said, well, there's the hookers and blow budget. Which also is not true. I am literally staring at this on a different tab. So I'm cheating. I literally just went and Googled pixel art Steam logo. It's not cheating, it's a template. Sure, yeah. I'm using a visual aid, shall we say. Mr. Me, so you were trying to forget it. I mean, okay. Out of how many people joke about hookers and blow actually go through with it? Because I'd be willing to bet that it's a very small minority of people who joke about hookers and blow actually go through with it. And I'm very much one of those people that will make the joke and have absolutely no interest in powders. Very much one of those people. It's like a cross-stitch pattern. True, except I've never done cross-stitch. But I will absolutely joke about hookers and blow. No interest. Hookers and black. I would say I have more interest in blow than blackjack, but also no interest in that. On like levels of interest. But you typically end up in the Scottish Isle instead. I don't know. It's definitely my like pint of beer every evening budget. That's actually accurate. But no, I mean, like, the money that's going to be spent when I'm in Vegas is on food. That's definitely going to be the, like, biggest money spent. Is food. Fair enough, Psycho. Your favorite game to play in Vegas is the bar. You win every... I mean, I have absolute... So, for clarity's sake, and I feel like I've had to do this multiple times, I have no interest in Vegas. I'm going to Vegas because one of my mods is staying in Vegas for an extended period of time, and I have a sofa to crash on, and I needed a vacation badly before Dwarf Fortress drops. That's why I'm going to Vegas. It's not because I have any interest in actual Vegas things. It's literally just because, well, I have a free place to stay, so okay. A pinball museum? Yeah, I need to look that up. I mean, the one thing the three things that are for certain happening is the first Friday night I'm going to see a Monomarth. Saturday night I'm going to some sort of weird meditation music in the desert thing because Hobo and his friends were going. And then Sunday, I'm going on a hike. But that still leaves Monday and all of Saturday open because that fest music thing that we're going to on Saturday doesn't start until 9:30 p.m. So we got all day. So we'll need to look that up as well. Probably fill in the Saturday or something with that. Are you Greece now? Mr. Henning? Bad joke, I'm sorry. Not sorry. I wouldn't have said it, actually. All right, so you down here. You have better self-control than I do. Wrong. I respect the hell out of it. But yeah, no, I'm not going to gamble at all. I probably, like, I definitely want to walk down the Vegas Strip because I've never been to Vegas before, so that part's fascinating to me. But I have absolutely no interest in gambling and will not because I have addictive tendencies. And so for me, gambling is danger. Big danger. I will avoid. I will have to respectfully choose to not gamble. Your grandmother liked casinos. They played the pit bosses and you yourself, or you get yourself a nice thermos of coffee and a few rolls of quarters and sit at a quarter slot machine, and then you just sit and chat with your friend until one of them sees people wandering around with clipboards and furiously jam quarters in until they're gone. Repeat until they come out with dinner and room vouchers or something. Wait, so basically just like loiter and try and get free shit by occasionally jamming quarters into the thing? Yeah, I mean, like, that's certainly a way to do it. I don't know. I have much more interest in, like, the things around Vegas. Also, since there's people in chat talking about scotch and, like, whiskey, love scotch and whiskey. I just know absolutely nothing about it. So whenever people talk about beer in my chat, it's like I'm quite knowledgeable about beer. So I know a lot about beer and can converse about beer. If I talk about whiskey, I sound like a fucking idiot. So I do recognize those names though. Like to the point where I think I've had that. All right. Getting pretty low. Circle's growing. Smoky campfire and deep fog is the best kind of spirit. The only spirit I have in my house right now is just a bottle of vodka, which is fine. Which is pretty nice, actually. It's got a really nice floral kind of aftertaste. There's a place here where you can get whiskey flights, and they're all themed. For different places around the world, and they're all like paired and selected, and they're in different price ranges. So like the cheapest ones are like $20 to $30, and the most expensive ones are like $150 to $500. But they have different like classes and they're all like named after different flights. You can get like I really like their Japanese economy, which is very smoky and pleasant. But I'd have to go look up the actual whiskey that's in that one. But, yeah, I don't know. I like going to places that know a lot about whiskey, that have a good selection, that can just, like, recommend me a thing, and then just forgetting about it afterwards. That's how it goes. Did I go too far? Fuck, I think I went too far. No, I didn't go too far. It just looks like I went too far because it's not constructed yet. Starting to get there. Starting to. 1, 2, 3. It's the beginning of the kind of long bar bit. Gold, gold, gold. It is. In a liquor store scotch tasting, you learned a lot. Yeah. I mean, I learned a lot about beer after, because of years of obsession. Has really disappeared? Not here. Unless you mean by it disappeared because you were in the room with it. I tend to have that effect on it. I have to professional. Well, we'll see you when we see you, Psycho. I'll be on early tomorrow, assuming I wake up. But, aside from that, I will be on next on Tuesday, because I will be gone this weekend. You love beer, too? I have a double IPA? I have an IPA in my fridge. Pretty sure it's a double IPA. Figurine you want. Rock Fig, okay. Alright, so we can just let the dwarves work on this for a minute. How many hours before Kit Fox will I be streaming? Well, I want to do at least 4. So I will be because they're turning the stream on at 11 a.m. Pacific, which is 2 p.m. Eastern. So I will be turning my stream on probably around 7. But like I said, it's if I wake up. So it's like a big kind of caveat on it. It's an if I wake up, it'll be 7. I don't know what that means. Frogfire. 10-ish. Yeah, around then. And then I'll be raiding Kit Fox. Why do you ask? I mean, it's just gonna be normal me doing normal me things. So I posted a dad joke on social media yesterday, which is little known fact, most spiders are web developers. And I just want to say shoutouts to Spellweaver, who's working on a game called Alchemist. And he responds with back-end web developers even, which is even funnier. Thinking about a post in pregame party with Blind. I mean, I'll be on anyway, so. You have ABC package stores. If you miss them on the keyboard, it's just... Huh. Alcohol beverage control. Well, because, like, here we have government liquor stores and private liquor stores, which have slightly different pricing and different selections. The private ones are generally more expensive, but have way better selections, whereas the government ones are generally cheaper, but have way less selection. Because they have less fees to worry about. I wonder if it's a similar thing to that. Okay, I think that I need to give these dwarves a break for a little bit after we're done with this, because they are getting exhausted. Look at all these thirsty as hell dwarves just working on this. Are normal me ever normal, though? I mean, I don't know. Do you consider me normal? Because if no, then, well, there you have your answer. And if yes, then, well, then you have your answer. I think I'm just going to try and do the outer circle, and then the rest will be easier to fill in from there. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. You consider me great, so deaf not normal. Okay. You know, I think that there are some pretty normal people that are pretty great out there, so. Why did I use the wrong material for the bottom half of this? Supposed to use glass for this. So that'll be the bottom of this, and then we're going to do the top on the other side, and we'll know exactly how big this is going to be when it's done. This one down here is going to be diorite. And this will be green glass. 50-ish different liquor store standards in the difference. It's always weird traveling in the U.S. One state, you're buying your vodka at the grocery corner store 10 minutes down the road. You have to go to a liquor store to buy beer. Yeah, no, here, honestly, so this is coming from somebody who's had alcoholism issues in the past, and I have to, like, be careful with the amount of stuff I have in my apartment and in what quantity and what type of thing. I am so fucking happy I live somewhere where I can't buy alcohol in the grocery store. And I know for some people it's like, oh, that's just like an ass backwards thing for some people. But I would actually be in alcohol rehab if I could just buy alcohol at the store. Like, just straight up, like, I would be dead. Because, like, there would always be booze in my... Like, I go into the... like, when I go down to Seattle and it's like, oh, yeah, you can just, like, buy vodka in the grocery store, and I look at the price of it, and I'm like, my God, I'd be dead. Like, just straight up, I would always be drunk. Like, the only thing that, like, keeps me away from alcoholism, really, is the fact that I have to walk up the street to go to the liquor store in a different direction, and it's further away than the grocery store. So it's very easy for me to just make that mental block of saying, nope, I don't need booze. Hello, Mr. Mac. Welcome back. Which, you know, it's like, it's a little dark, but it's true. I'm extraordinarily happy that I can't do that. You couldn't check out with alcohol after midnight? Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, I would be dead if I lived in Austria. Probably. I have to say, like, if I could buy my bread and alcohol in the same store, I would just be an alcoholic. You can't buy booze, no monies? Yeah, that too. So, I don't know. Like, I don't think that you should be able to buy addictive substances in the same shop as food, but... That's just because it's for my own protection. All right, how am I doing this? Well, we've got the circle pretty much done. Just a few more pieces they're putting into place. I don't know. I guess I just like having specialized shops for things for different purchases and products. Thank you, Onyx. I appreciate the legwork. I was thinking about kind of making it into a tower somewhere else. Look at post art, for example. Because, like, I think it might fit on one of these. So maybe I could, like, put it in the tavern underneath this? I don't know. No alcohol in the grocery store at all. Sunday, no Sunday sales. Now all. Oh, that's such a Christianity thing. Now all grocery stores have beer, wine, and most have hard liquor. Sunday sales, except 2 weird. What? No, okay, now that's the most confusing bit. It's like, all right, if you're just gonna say gloves off, sell whatever, whenever. That last bit's weird. It's like, except for 2 weird hours where good Christians are supposed to be in church. What the fuck? That's weird. That's odd to me. Here, like, there's just rule, like, if say you walk into a pub, with 4 growlers, they won't fill up all 4 growlers. One person can't pay for all 4 growlers because it's more beer than they're allowed to sell you in one sitting. They're not allowed to sell one person 4 growlers worth of alcohol, which I learned once. It was Christmas, and I went to walk in to fill up 4 growlers because I had to keep a entire extended family beered up. So I was like, well, I've got 4 growlers, so might as well just go fill these up. And they wouldn't let me fill them. I had to, like, go get a second person to fill them. They'll let you fill 2, but not 4. Well, hopefully, like, just listening to the random chatter on the stream helps. Honestly, like, jumping to a darkish subject, like, Twitch has helped with my depression in absolutely unknowable amounts. Because not even just, like, on the streaming end of things, like, even before I streamed, like, there's just something about, like, having other voices that aren't your own brain just around that is extraordinarily helpful for me. It was part of the reason why I started streaming in the first place, was because, like, it's like, wow, like, I can... It's when you're, like, stuck in a job or locked in a room or, like, not able to leave, or, like, maybe you live in the suburbs and you can't drive or whatever. Like, it's very easy to just kind of, like, get stuck in shitty thoughts with no real way out. But Twitch just gives you access to so many different kinds of people so easily. It's kind of incredible, actually. To the point where, like, I would say that I'm kind of dependent on Twitch. Or at the very least, live streaming as a medium. The distraction is much appreciated. Yeah. Happy to provide. Arm. Also, I glanced at Twitter just now, and in my timeline, there was 3 other streamers that I know that have just quit Twitter. One was just like, bye, folks, only get, like, deactivating this account for now, and she's locked it to only people who follow her. Yeah. Streamers don't need Twitter, really, but it does make communicating with indie devs a lot easier. Which kind of sucks. Hopefully, all those Mastodon instances actually take off in a way amongst the streaming community. I should have enough space in the pyramid for it. Hopefully, yeah. It would be nice to get like it up there in the top left, or like, I mean, I could also just build a tower off the side and just put it on that. Why not? Like, it doesn't necessarily need to be somewhere strict. Let's just let them build that. Glass making demonstration. So this dude, this zombie here, Thwacky, has just been hanging out for ages. Literally has been here for like a year. It's not like he drinks my booze. He's undead, so he's probably just scoping the place out, going, all right, how do I knock these walls down? All right, where's the biggest weakness here? Okay, how do I take out these pumps? Helps a lot to take your mind off of things, yeah. That sounds like a lot more effort than I'm willing to put into this right now, bro. Just letting it the thought escape. You know, the first time I ever saw Cupo streaming, she was animating a Donkey Kong on like 5 different layers. Not even like actually doing anything. Literally just like scrolling it like up and down, like just designated Donkey Kong. There's some branding stuff going on in a secret Discord that I'm in. First image comes up and they say, what do you think of this? And person responds, I don't like the font. Replaces it with wingdings. How's this? Much better font. Oy vey. The internet. Man, no, Twitch has gotten me through years and years and years and years and years and years and years of like my brain not working properly. So I'm very thankful for the existence of Twitch. I honestly don't know what my life would look like. Font is in fact a 4-letter F word, yes. You know, I have this very funny memory of my little sister being, you know, like a very early teenager and just looking my mom dead in the eye and saying, what starts with F and ends with uck? Fire truck. And my mom looked like she was going to scream. It was like the most pissed off I've ever seen my mom around my little sister. Very funny. Very, very funny. Hey, Sigma, welcome back. Still working on some more silk clothing. These dwarves run in and collect all them webs. But we are building this Sigma, since you just popped in. We're making a Steam logo on top of the thingy. It can be made out of red and gold. Normally binge my videos on YouTube. You're not a fan of Twitch. Fair enough. Hopefully the need to tolerate it is as mild as possible. But appreciate you though. Yeah, I try and like span multiple platforms because I realize that some people just don't like Twitch or don't like YouTube or vice versa. I think every platform sucks for their own unique reasons, but you know, whatever it is. Appreciate you tuning in regardless and saying hi. Although I will say that this is maybe one of the least twitchy Twitch streams you'll ever find. Like you'd be hard pressed to find a channel that is less like the vast majority of Twitch than this one. All right, where are we going from here? 3 down and then literally just I think I got this off by 1 pixel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Oh, it's just 2. Oh, I see where I fucked up. I didn't, is the actual answer. I didn't fuck up. I just put it in the wrong spot. Sometimes we were all just sitting here talking shit about Twitch. Although I do definitely defend the site on some merits. Because I wouldn't be able to do this full time if Twitch didn't exist, so. Twitch is too flashy with loads of hello and whistles. Yeah, that's fair. Well, what I'll say is, you know, that's exactly how I felt about Mixer. But, like, imagine Twitch, but there's, like, a mini game where you can bounce a soccer ball between users in the chat, and it, like, has physics and bounces off your words. That was the kind of shit that Mixer had. And it was kind of awesome and also equally awful at the exact same time. Like, it was almost unusably terrible, but, like, the idea was so fucking cool for a lot of the weird shit that they had on Mixer. It's like YouTube with live interactions. I'm just old. When I know that, like, Gascon Musketeer here just stated that they're of an older generation. I'm not actually old, but when it comes to Twitch, I'm old. Because, like, I've been on Twitch basically since it was called Twitch. And, like, I remember every single iteration of Twitch. And when I started streaming on Twitch, I was inspired and wanted to be like people who started way back at the beginning of Twitch when Twitch was still a very different thing, where it was just about, yeah, like from Justin, like I have a Justin TV aged account. I just made a new one in 2014. Was it 2014 or 2012? Actually, I would think it was 2012. Fuck, let me look my, yeah, March 1st, 2012, I made a new name. Not because I wanted to get rid of the old account, but because I didn't like my name, and you couldn't change your name back then. It was literally just like, you could email Twitch support and cross your fingers, or just make a new account. So I made a new account. But, like, I somewhere attached to some email I don't check anymore, I have a 2009 account, I think. So it's like, I've just been around Twitch for so long, and I've been watching streams for so long, and the kind of content and the kind of streams I've always liked watching are not like what the stuff that's popular now. It's like I've never really fully understood the super spastic, constantly loud, flashy, annoying, screamy natteringness of, like, a lot of modern Twitch. So I avoid a lot of it. It's just always been that way. It's like the people that I actively watch are people who've been doing this for... Tyler One ruined Twitch? No! Especially because Tyler One is also, like, kind of a nice guy, like, in person. No, Tyler One didn't ruin Twitch. I think just age ruined Twitch. Like when it comes to, like, that style of streaming, like the loud, flashy shit, it wasn't Tyler One. I mean, it was just, it's people get old and stuff goes in and out of fashion, right? Like, Tyler One has anger issues, and he's gotten a lot better about it. Like, he's just a weird dude. Like, that's the best way to like, describe Tyler, like, especially having met the guy. He's just a weird dude. There are people at the top of Twitch that I wouldn't be so nice to. But he's just a weird dude who gets mad at video games. Which, there's many people like that in the world. No, I mean, I honestly, for me, and this is going to sound like a really weird thing to state initially. What ruined Twitch, community-wise, was Pokemon Go. And I have a reason for this. Pokemon Go popularized outdoor IRL streaming. Pokemon Go is the reason why the IRL/just chatting categories exist. That's why you have all the lifestyle streams. That's why you have all the IRL stuff. That's why you have all of the I'm outside and harassing people streams that actually ruin Twitch for me. Like, when it comes to, like, the parts of the community that I don't like, it's the people that go around in public and just harass people and make money off that. Like, that is the stuff that I don't like about Twitch, is the streaming as a lifestyle. I'm going to stream 24/7 and stream myself while I'm asleep kind of thing. That's what I don't like about Twitch these days. And that stuff exists because of Pokemon Go. So, if we want to get down to, like, what I actually don't like about Twitch, it's the popularity of Pokemon Go. But here's the thing, right, Gascon? Is, like, if I actually just straight up go to, like, the front page of Twitch, right? Like, if I just go to browse on Twitch right now, which I'm going to do in the background. Let's see, there's 378,000 people watching non-gaming content in just chatting, followed by 330,000 watching God of War Ragnarok, followed by 241,000 watching Grand Theft Auto, followed by 80,000 watching League of Legends, and 83,000 watching Call of Duty. Yes, it's still gaming content. It's just a really popular chunk of Twitch is not. And that's fine. 60-year-old dad is the only person. Yes, but like live streaming outside in public didn't exist until Pokemon Go. Pokemon Go was why everybody went and built streaming backpacks. Legit. Like, that was like streamers going outside. Weird Champ was like the start of all that crap. But yes, Twitch is still a gaming platform, much to Twitch's dismay. The majority of Twitch's audience is still here for video games. That being said, I mean, if the outside and IRL and just chatting categories didn't exist, I think that Twitch would be a lot less interesting. There's a lot of really interesting and fun experimental stuff that happens in those categories that I think is cool. And it also allows for me to do things like stream records, like that. You know, it gives me more flexibility. So it is a positive thing all in all, but culture-wise, it changed Twitch forever. You blame the death of Harambe as... Here's the thing, though. When Harambe passed away, our little restaurant here in the greater Vancouver area called Harambe's Ethiopian Food and Diner got very, very popular all of a sudden. And still is. It was like this tiny little failing restaurant. This little family-run restaurant. And then Harambe died. And anyway, they blew up and are still like... You have to book a reservation on a if you're going on a weekend. Weekdays you can get in or during off hours, but on a weekend you have to book for a reservation. Which is still funny to this day. This little logo's looking all right. We're getting there. It's starting to take shape. Harambe was a legend of life. And a League of Legends. It must have good food. It's good little. It's a good little Ethiopian diner. It's a good spot. It's just like large portion, tasty food. It's good. It's not like gonna make you change how you feel about life or anything, but it's certainly good food. That's all gold too. Spongy flatbread? Yeah, no, I agree. Spongy flatbread bread that I have no idea how to carb count that fucks me up for a weekend. All right, let's do that. Let's do... Where'd my gold go? Where'd my gold go? Where'd my gold... There it go. There's gold. All right, you there, and there. With that, the top circle is mostly done. Was there 8 million people with that name? It's a very Stone, aka Seashore's Wall thing to say in my chat. You're just venting against lifestyle crap? No, that's fine. It is fine. But for whatever it's worth, we feel the same way. About, like, you know. Actually, Linus Tech Tips tweeted out this good image recently. And it pretty much sums up how I feel about Twitch kind of as a platform these days. Scroll down until I find it. Did you know you're unable to live stream unless you own the following items? You know, for the first couple of years, I streamed with a frickin' like $5 webcam that had 5 frames a second and was not even like 720p and headset mic. The stupid fucking triangle, like, right? I used to give like this guy that I used to hang out with relatively frequently kind of a lot of shit for having those. And he's like, I'll have you know I bought them before everybody bought them, okay? I'm like, just because you bought them first doesn't make them any less cringe, dude. He's like, I bought them before they were popular. It's like, they're still goofy looking. They're smart lights. Like, they're these triangle, like, hue smart lights that you can set to be multicolored. And if you go to almost any Twitch streamer, that is anybody, they probably have them in the background. They admittedly look cool, and they're like these weird modular lights. But they're ridiculously expensive. It's part of the reason I just have this fucking void in the background is because, like, I don't know, there's something about just, like, flaunting products behind me that just feels weird. I like my void. I mean, they're neat, but they're expensive as fuck, and that's a silly product. It's fairly unique. I actually straight up stole it from a different streamer. Like, there's another guy that if you ever stumble on his stream, you'll be like, man, I see where Blind kind of took part of his aesthetic from. And then your tiny top, your mother grew up in an Ethiopia, in the craziest greasy spoon that you're aware of. Saturday nights, he lights a bunch of candles and does Ethiopian reservations only. Ooh. Drawing from 2 adjacent states, Michelin stars reflected what people do instead of what critics thought people should do. He'd have one, and the contrast is comical. That's interesting. But yeah, no, I stole it from stole it with relative permission from a streamer named Excessive Profanity, who I look up to a lot in this industry. And he's actually rated us a couple times, too, which is crazy to me. But yeah, his name's Cody, and he has a... Except he has his camera in monochrome. That's the thing that I didn't steal. He has his camera in monochrome and just a black void as the background. I do actually have a set light here. It's just pointed at this wall. I'm going to be so happy when this is done being built. This is taking, like, so long. I'm sure in premium this will be faster to draw, too. Yeah, I don't know. I try and keep it non-intrusive until somebody throws $100 in bits into the channel, and then it's like suddenly everybody's firing lasers. But you know, streamers got to pay bills. And now I'm not seeing my blood logs. Where the fuck did those go? My bloodthorn. Where'd it go? I didn't run out, did I? Nope. Still plenty. All right, let's... Although on the topic of YouTube, something that I'm really curious to see is like, you know, my Dwarf Fortress news videos do quite well, right? On YouTube. Like, they get amounts of views that I can't really comprehend anymore. Like, they're... Enough people watch them that I just kind of look at them and I go, wow, that's a lot of numbers. Like, that's beyond me. You know, when something gets above 10,000 views, it's like I look at that and I go, that's too many numbers. I'm just not going to worry about that anymore. But like the VODs don't get anywhere near as many views, which is understandable because they're just live streams. I wonder if those are going to go up when premium comes out. That's something that I'm extremely curious to see. Because like right now, like they do fine. Like 400 to 500 people usually watch the VODs, which is a lot of views. And more than enough to make me perfectly happy with continuing to upload them. But I'm really quite curious to see what's going to happen with those once premium is out. I also need to check on my bars because I've been melting stuff down. We got 26 steel, 250 iron. At Aldi, they had a bagged version of those triangle. A butt? They were square, and they were a not so vibrant color. I mean, I wonder if you could just go buy those on Amazon, though. Like, there's lots of knockoffs of those lights. And I feel like having the knockoff version of those lights might actually be worse than just having those lights. Let's make iron helms. Let's make iron... Oh. Let's make iron gauntlets. And let's make iron... Low boot. Let's do high boots, actually. Mail shirts. We'll get that job queued up. Start using all that iron. I don't even think we have Aldis in Canada. Like, at all. We might. If we do, I've never actually encountered or seen one. Spring has arrived on the calendar. Oh, man, I should eat. It's 5 p.m. Oh, boy. Dinner time? It's lunchtime for me, but... I'm the wrong time zone for Europeans like you. It's currently 2 a.m. Well, here's the thing. I've been streaming for 10 minutes less than 8 hours. So, sure, I might be the wrong time zone, but I'm very much like a European time zone evening stream. So it's like, I turn on basically at like 5 p.m. in Europe. But yes, it does get rather late rather quickly. Like most of my regulars from Europe are out cold and asleep by like 3 p.m. my time, and then I go again until like 8 p.m. That looks like words, Kleno. But yeah, I'm basically just like all day, all the way through prime time. I start early in the day, early enough that people from Europe can tune in, and then I'm basically done by like evening time here, Or by like 9, somewhere between 9 and like 10:30, I'm done. Because I'm on for like 14 hours when I'm on. 12 to 14, somewhere in that window. I try and do at least 12. But yes, it does get late for people in Europe. But, you know, at the end of the day, you kind of can't, you can't be perfect for literally everybody, and I don't try to be. This is the schedule that works best for me, so that's what I do. Where did my... There you are. I would say that there is nowhere here that is not expensive. Everywhere is expensive. Oh no! Someone's pet dog died. That's sad. They already run off with the body? Putting it in a tomb, maybe? Oh, there it is. Well, that's sad. Rest in peace, poor doggo. As it is spring, someone's dog died of old... 2 dogs actually died of old age. Just one of them was somebody's pet. The other one was not. The other one was a stray. Another dog was found dead? Oh my god. Wow. We've lost like 2 dogs in total now. All right. We're heading off for the night. We'll see you when we see you, Accident. Duck has been found dead. Everybody's pets died. All right. Dwarves are going to run around and do the thing. I'm trying to figure out if I should... Chat, do you guys want a full break screen with, like, records and some music? Or should I just, like, get up and do a real quickie wiki? Grabby foodie and then come backy. What do you think? Salem butter? Hell yeah. I haven't had real butter in like 2 years. I use vegan food spread equivalent, which is mostly just oil from what I can tell based on the ingredients. It's like 80% olive oil, which is fine. I don't really put butter on bread. I cut dairy down to almost null in 2020. It's good. Body operates a lot better. I wouldn't even say it's similar. It's like, it's used in a similar format, but it's a completely different flavor. So I wouldn't even say similar, but legally distinct. It's just different. This isn't like margarine or something artificial, though. Oh, that's what I'm looking for. All right. Where does it double up inside? Okay, so double up still there. I've never heard or seen that brand before. But once again, like, I mean, like, the stuff that I do buy is called Happy Valley, and it's, like, made here. It's, like, a local, like, small boutique-y brand. So, like, $8 a container, but it's fine. I don't go through that much. All right, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, so that this can be 4 and 5. 4 and 5. It's starting to look distinctly steamy. Look at that. It's great. But, Bob, it's going well. We are building a Steam logo on the top of this glass pyramid as a, I don't know, free marketing material for KitFox or something. But, I mean, I don't know. I'm putting a Steam logo on top of this fortress. This is probably one of the last non-long deathy fortresses I will do in this version of the game before premium releases, which is very exciting. Because Dwarf Fortress releases on Steam December 6th. It would have been too hard to do Gaben. I mean, I don't... Genuine question. You guys think Gabe Newell's played Dwarf Fortress? Hey, Sketchy got gifted. Hell yeah. Yeah, Navy went a little bananas. A little bit. Just tiny little bit. You don't know it, Gabe? I don't know. Like, I wonder if Gabe Newell even plays video games. There's, you know, I would say it's more likely that he's played Rogue or NetHack than Dwarf Fortress. He's probably played NetHack. A 5 gift bomb? Sure. We'll call it that. Oh, totally, Gascon. No, absolutely. Can't watch it all live. And not from you. You'll go back to lurking. You need to sleep. Go get some sleep, friend. But thanks for swinging by. No, I totally understand what you're trying to do. I get on rambly. If somebody puts me on a subject, I just kind of ramble about the subject for a bit. So, but thank you for tuning in. And thank you for watching wherever you end up watching. Feel he's more of an Unreal player? You're way off, aren't I? How about 127? 127 hours. Oh, God. I'm not going to go get stuck in a canyon this weekend, am I? Oof. I don't want to cut my arm off, chat room. Good movie. I recommend watching 127 hours. You don't know who Gabe Newell is? Hold on a second. What? How do you exist on the internet in an era where Steam exists and not know who Gabe Newell is? Wow. That's incredible. Jesus. Like, how do you... Huh. Like, it's not like you're losing anything not knowing who Gabe Newell is, but, like, he's the founder of Valve. He's literally... He owns 55% of... I think it's 55? He owns a very large majority stake in Valve. He owns Valve. Patron saint of Steam, yes. Patron saint of PC gaming. And hopefully he's on a diet. He's a very large man. He's like video game Santa Claus. Yeah, no, I mean, he's very much a tech industry mythical legend, shall we say. You only know about him from dumb memes. To be fair, most memes are pretty dumb. Was also the lead developer on the first 3 releases of Windows at Microsoft. Yeah, and then he went off and like just talks a lot of shit about how much he hates Microsoft. How big is he? Let me look up a picture of Gabe. Gabe Newell, president of Valve Corp. Okay, he's slimmed down a bit, actually. His beard got bigger and he got smaller. That's good to see. That's Gabe. He's got beard. Yeah, he's actually looking pretty good. Shoutouts to Gabe. Damn right. But, like, that's a picture of him handing a Steam Deck to somebody. Like, that's the Gabe Newell meme. Net worth? Fuck if I know. $3.9 billion. According to Google. I know he owns a racing team that exists entirely to raise money for breast cancer, which is kind of cool. Like car racing. Gabe Newell is one of those people that I would love to just like talk with for a couple minutes because he seems like a really interesting dude. Must have bones. Oh shit, I got Crendels. We can use Crendel bone. That works. Wait a minute. I'm waiting. Okay, I'm done waiting. Why'd you make me wait? You'd ask how Half-Life 3 is coming on? That's like... just mean. Like, honestly. Although I feel like he's probably got a pretty good sense of humor about that whole thing. He strikes me as like a really chill dude. But maybe, who knows if I'm the best judge of character. You know, I've never played the Henry Stickman games. I'm familiar with their existence, and I know what they... I know who made them, and that's about it. But I've never played the Henry Stickman games. All right, chat. I'm going to pause game and mute music because today's one of those days where I've forgotten to eat, and that's bad. So I'm going to go real quick, eat my lunch. Your kid has a lot? Gotcha. I will be back in about 10 minutes. What's for lunch? Soba noodle salad. It's just soba noodles, a little bit of soy sauce, a little bit of sesame oil, and some sliced veggies, which is it's all prepped. It's in the fridge. I just need to go. Just need to go eat. So if you're planning on going to bed, maybe now's a good time to escape from the stream and go to sleep. That being said, stream's not over. We're going to be going for at least another 4 hours. Yeah, at least another 4, maybe 5. Perhaps 6 if I feel generous. But I'll be back. All right? Don't go anywhere too fast unless you really want to. Here be. I'm going to give you some music to listen to, though.